just giving you...
Recording has started.
Oh, Nico, are you okay? It sounds like you're dying.
I'm always dying. That's my
Okay.
secret, Captain.
Speaking of dying.
Trying to describe the exact sensation of trying to suffuse flesh with magic proves to be incredibly difficult. After all, you're sort of committing to physical form something that by nature should be immaterial. Trying to push it through the human body, replace strands of flesh, bits of hair, and sections of bone with the arcane is a process that most magical schools as a whole entirely forbid. Healing magic itself is its own discipline, but there are some rare forms of magic that occasionally overlap with the concept of healing. Scias, there is only fire and pain and light. Trying to fix the human body is exceptionally hard, you're starting to discover. But it's something that you're familiar with. It's something that you've done in the past, and it's something that you can certainly do now. Scias, I'm going to give you a version of your icon so you're capable of healing your wound.
Okay.
Here you go. Do me a favor and fix that wound of yours.
Sure. It's not popping up.
It's not popping up here. Wound attribute. Oh, time to kick the roll 20.
See, not even God wants it to be healed.
It is for you? What?
Kick it anyways, because if 2 other people are having it, then it's gonna be an issue.
Nah. Oh no, we're talking about the API.
Yeah, the API, the wound
So,
API.
do me a favor, describe for me a possible infinite loop detected shutting down. Okay.
Oh man, you know, it's really fucked up whenever you just sit there and you have a permanently annihilated part of your body that's just like sucking away your soul at all times, and every time you wish to succeed at something, it's just a part of ripping yourself to shreds. Oh hey, there it is.
There it is.
Heal.
Okay. So, you put the effort into healing your wounds. But in the process, you discover something about yourself. J-Man, I'm going to DM you a gift, and I'll read it aloud for everybody in chat. There we go. Impermanence, permanence of form. Level 1, unavoidable. This gift is always active even when unequipped. Cast an Amber. Whenever you're wounded, you gain a flaw based on the severity of the wound. If it's dramatic, the GM will grant you a specific flaw. Otherwise, you must roll to do after selecting a new swing after your healing roll to determine the severity of your flaw. When you rest, on top of a normal healing roll, heal 1 wound or flaw, removing it from your sheet by focusing your magic on proper healing. And finally, you may, at any point, decide to heal from any wound. That means if you're playing the game and you get hurt, you can go, I'm healing that, it's done, it's gone. However, if you do so, the associated flaw becomes permanent and may not be healed by this gift or any other unless it states it specifically overcomes Cast an Amber. This has unique level up requirements. If you successfully manage to just heal through normally, you'll notice that Scias, thanks to this gift, functionally has accelerated healing. If you heal through your various flaws normally, it'll mutate in one direction. Alternatively, if Scias spams permanent flaws on himself and gains a total of 5 or more permanent flaws he's deciding to roll with, it will mutate in an entirely different direction.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah! I wanted to give you this weird diversion ability, but yeah, so give me some narration as this will heal your wound. However, you said you were giving yourself a flaw related to your leg, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
You will need to heal again in order to heal that flaw. You can only hit the wound right now. So that'll continue carrying on with you, and this is how you have to heal from stuff in the future. But tell me, how does Scias fix himself?
Oh, jeez. I think at at night, whenever like everyone's winding down in the Camellia household and things like that, if you were to like walk by his room at night, you'd see like sparks of nonsense and nightmarish shit just kind of fly around from the window or something like that, as he like essentially tries to pump in like magic to pin himself back together in his leg area, just continuously kind of stitching and like tearing and then re-stitching over and over and over again until eventually it makes something that what was once was.
You work on the process, and eventually, your body does manage to reknit itself. Your eyes slowly open. You're covered in sweat. Down here, let me know when you're loaded.
Am indeed loaded.
You come to in the nearby storage shed. It's a place that you practice your magic when you don't feel like scaring the utter shit out of the maids around you. Kinda, pick yourself up.
He just sort of...
You look around. This place is currently empty, as are most places in the Camellia Mansion. You guys have been moving in a little bit at a time. The ground floor only recently being adequate for habitation. This place was abandoned for quite some time. Old Marigold place. They sort of treated it like a summer home that... kind of funny, you think, looking over the nearby bluff as the slow sloping hillside actually connects up to the Marigold Mansion on the floor. Summer home so close is kind of ludicrous. You, as you pull yourself to, you hear a telltale clacking as something moves its way towards you, almost through the grass. Your ears pick it up, though most probably wouldn't in this case. It is the sounds of someone with not only very fancy boots, but someone with a cane approaching you. You, yeah. Two
Okay.
people. Oh, you go.
Oh, please go ahead.
Okay. Two people walk down the path. One walks ahead of the other, maid trailing in his wake. Look of determination on his face. He almost seems to look back at the mansion, look at the doorway, look at the storage shed, and then slight smile on his lips. He closes his eyes, sighs slightly, and then looks at the shabby storage shed.
Ah, shit. Scias kind of says under his breath, noticing he's not even in his noble clothes right now. He's gonna get...
Yeah. Knock, knock, two distinct knocks against the door. Scias.
Yes, he says from inside the shed.
Were you practicing your magic again?
Yeah.
Well, you hear that sigh utter through Varden's lips again. He's been your sort of steward or caretaker these last few years. Kind of a pain in the ass. The main person who chases you down and makes sure you go to lectures and various etiquette meetings. The fact that he's after you now probably means he has something for you.
Yeah, probably. Scias walks up to the door and, like, slowly cracks it open.
You look at the man. He's around your height, but that form is sort of doubled over. He rests pretty heavily on a cane on his right side, and you notice that his hair, which was once a brilliant blue, is sort of fallen into this almost silvery white. He like looks you up and down and goes, I see. You're wearing your garb that you usually wear around the town.
Yeah, Scias thinks of a way he can sate this without pissing off Varden for wearing it. He's like, well, you know, it'd be pretty bad of me to, go on ahead and tarnish my normal clothes, right? So, pretty good to wear this, right?
I suppose. Regardless, I have a multitude of tasks for you today. He starts to turn around and walk, expecting you to follow.
This guy is just kind of sighs, but looks up, waves to the maid, and then follows behind. Oh, that's the wrong button.
He, seeing that you're keeping up, walks at a pretty slow pace, honestly.
Yeah, no, he just follows behind silently. He knows, Uncle Varden, Uncle Varden, similar to Tia, if he tried to run out right now, he'd probably get fucking caught.
Yeah. I hope your last few days have been restful, he says with an almost pointed bent to it. It appears that he is at least slightly displeased that you have not been attending to your studies.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, you know. You gotta readjust to a new life out in a new place. I'm sure you can get that right. You've been around.
His eyes closed. Well, I hope you're readjusted at this point. We have a lot to do. He turns and looks over at you. That one that you set the appointment for, Cilicia, the Olet. I believe she'll be stopping by today. You are expected to receive her. He adjusts his gloves and continues walking. As well as a few other dignitaries. You are, as the heir, you're expected to receive them in Azana's place.
Yeah, that makes sense. Gotcha. He kind of lightly sighs a bit while scratching the back of his head. He was knowing that Sealy was going to come here anyways. Wasn't expecting it'd be on a day where other shit's happening, you know?
Here's the shitty thing about Varden. The second he sinks his claws into you, he schedules 5 things. Coincidentally, you've already been saddled with 3 things, and he turns and looks at you, and you can feel it. Additional tasks. He shakes his head. Unfortunately, there will be no instruction today. However, I think it would be prudent of us to still act upon our public image. I've set up an appointment in the graveyard. You're to lay flowers on the graves of those lost during the 1-week war, to engender the sympathy of the people here.
Gotcha, yeah. He looks up at Varden, who continues to hobble along on his cane.
Yeah, he's hobbling.
Well, I guess I should ask now. Anything else in particular I should prep for?
Yes, one of your suitors wished to call on you today.
Oh, which one?
Roll me d20. Raw d20.
You got it, man. 1d20. 11.
Okay, so you're, he waves his hand. A young noble from the area, I believe. Owns a mansion out of, what was it, Sapphire Way? Sapphire Hollow? He scratches his beard.
Oh, gotcha. J-Man knowing exactly who that is. Scias knowing not who that is.
Yeah, no, same thing with Varden is I don't know. I hope that you can attend to these tasks in the proper attire as well.
Yeah, I'll be sure to slip into it before I get anything started.
Excellent. I hope his posture changes as he shifts onto the cobblestone, and he seems to walk with a more assured step. I hope that your magic training has been fruitful.
Yeah, I think so. Always good to practice, even if you think you've mastered it, right?
Yes. Our bloodline was blessed, or in some cases, cursed, with overwhelming magical prowess. It could devour your life if you're not careful.
Yeah.
His eyes close again. While I do not approve of the way you conduct yourself around the majority of your studies, your dedication to studying your own magic is something that I do find rather commendable. He moves forward. It's weird. It's like he's trying to find something to compliment. It's awful.
Ouch. But it's fine.
He looks at the house. Before the day's events, I don't believe you've had a chance to fully explore the Camellia Mansion. Wasn't fit for habitation. He said those are his words. Feel free to take a look around the complete estate now. We've got full run of the place.
Plenty to explore, huh?
Yes, just make sure that you're prepared for the afternoon's events.
Alrighty. I'll make sure I'll be sure to get everything prepped and ready.
Well, I wish you the best of luck today. I will, of course, be joining you on the remainder of your tasks. Enjoy yourself. Don't go to the second floor. It's not fully prepared yet.
You got it.
He kind of nods and shifts over this way and, slowly cracks the door open first, heads inside, and you hear that dissipating clack, clack, clack sort of as he heads inwards. Then you sort of stop here for a second as this one's eyes sort of peek open, and she's like, welcome back, Master Scias. Were you gone?
He kind of thinks to himself a little bit. I guess I've been out and about, but today I haven't been gone from the premises.
I see. In that case, we took bets on where you might be located. Are you perhaps located in the storage shed out back?
That would be correct, yes.
I've lost 5 vol, it seems.
Oh, that's a shame.
Her eyes pinch shut as she looks over to one of her sisters over here, and her eyes sort of open again. Master Scias, I was hoping for your assistance with something.
Yeah, sure. What's that?
Well, she moves over. If you're going to be poking around the mansion, you'll have free reign of the place. We were told to wait here and greet any guests that arrived, so we can't leave. Rose prepared lunches for all of us, but we weren't able to really hand them out in time. Do you think you could? She reaches out with a big old bag of lunches.
Gaius grabs it. Yeah, sure. Anything I can do to help, Gives her
She
a
smiles
smile.
at you. Yeah, she smiles at you very gently. You've been given your first Camellia Mansion subquest. You have to go around and locate 4 maids scattered around the premises and hand them their lunch.
Oh, gotcha. So I'm assuming you two and the one accompanying Varden have already gotten yours?
You, oh no, you say, and the one accompanying Varden, and her expression. Oh, that would have been a great chance to. No, I wasn't able to get her. I'm sorry.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
Her eyes closed. She seems genuinely regretful about this.
Hey, it's okay. Everyone's busy. It's easy to distract yourself. He kind of pokes to the side of his head, slightly pushing.
Weak smile as she's like, I think us two and Rose should be fine. We've already either received our lunches or are the chef ourselves. Thank you for your assistance.
Of course. No problem. Good luck for the rest of your duties today.
She nods and then quietly comes back over here.
This guy is kind of scratches his head a bit and gonna think about which direction he's gonna head. I'm gonna drop, swing, and then roll the dice.
Decide for yourself.
What direction? Tell me which one is good here. Okay, that rolled highest. Scias
back and it wants to act.
Yeah, it wants to act. Scias is going to, before he heads inside, do a quick little sweep around of the exterior. You know, why not get a... Since he's getting finally an opportunity to explore a bit, why not explore the premises a bit more? So he waves to the two maids and then starts heading out this direction.
You start walking up that way.
Bows appropriately as you leave.
Yes.
There.
You walk.
As you walk away, the slightest sound can be heard.
Let me swap the music really quick. Okay, let's do... Yeah, we could do this one. So, you start to poke around the exterior of the mansion, and almost immediately you come across two people who are both sort of sitting here on the lip of the fountain, whispering conspiratorially. Tia, like, whispering over to the side to Calloway is like, did you hear all the stuff that Scias has to do today?
Yeah, I wonder if he'll make it.
The two, like, it's like, of course he's going to make it because we're gonna, she points at Scias.
Just makes that face while they're talking and then just sort of goes back to normal. Oh, hey, you two, how's it going?
It's going good.
Hi, Scias.
Hi, Calloway.
Everything going good with Varden?
Yeah, he just gave me my list of tasks for the day and then he headed inside.
Yeah, it's kind of extensive. She, like, sort of, like, turns over and looks at Calloway. Hey, Calloway, you think we should offer?
I mean, probably, right?
Yeah, okay. Tia's face splits into a big smile. Okay, Scias, for today, it's probably a really big pain in the ass to have Varden. You notice that she says ass, which is like, Calloway, that's weird for you. It's not weird for this one. Tia curses all the time around this dude. It's probably a really big pain in the ass for him to just crowd over your shoulder. We can't exactly give you a super big break from any of them, but we could probably substitute in his place for a task, each of us. So, like, if there's anything you want to help with, just give us a call, okay?
There's something you don't want him to see.
Yep. Let me move you over to here. Here is your task list for today, Scias. You can decide. So, if neither of the dingoes are utilized here, Varden will accompany you on every single one of these. However, you can choose exactly which tasks you would like to substitute either Tia or Calloway in for.
Oh, so they could be like they can,
They'll be your wingman instead of Varden. Otherwise, Varden will be your wingman.
Varden is going to be your wingman in all of these. You can choose to trade him for one of these two.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, alright. So,
Yes.
I'm looking at this list right now and I'm gonna consider.
That's very important.
Alright. So, first one, greet Sealy.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sub anyone in for that.
Excellent. Okay, next one. Oh, you go.
Gaki and Setsuna. Oh. So luckily Scias has already met both Gaki and Setsuna before. You know what? Scias will not sub in anybody for that one either.
Excellent.
Scias will sub in Calloway for this one.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
And then you've got two remaining.
This one's really hard.
We figured out beforehand what the ideal setup is here, and I think it's very funny.
And also what's maximum chaos.
So, I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
I think Tia's gonna be fucking useless in the date scenario.
Yeah, fair.
I think Tia's gonna be fucking useless.
Also, imagine, that's replacing Varden.
Yeah.
Do you want Varden to stare at you while you're dating?
What do you mean useless, Scias?
But like, also, who would you rather have to walk through the entire graveyard with? Slow ass Varden or Tia? I guess is your choice right now.
I'm gonna flip a coin.
What do you mean I'm useless on a date?
You know. I'm just gonna flip a coin really quick. It's fine, Tia. It's like not you. Hey, Tia, you're gonna join me when I place flowers in the graveyard. Like, I'll be honest, I was leaning towards having Varden go on the date with, like, not go on date with you, go date with me. I swear, it's fine. I'm just like, you know. I'm just, you know, it's like fine. It's like, you know.
Tia's like, well, I guess, yeah, I could come along to the graveyard. If anything's left over, I could probably take him home as a snack. Thanks for keeping me in mind.
Yeah.
Genuine smile.
Callaway is like thinking, Alistair Blackwood. Who's that again? That one's important, right, Tia? That name's familiar.
Yeah, he's like the second in command of Gylardia. Not
Right.
quite the top, but that's a real foreign dignitary.
Well, aren't all of them foreign dignitaries?
Guess.
Yeah,
I don't
to
know.
a certain degree, think of it like this.
Soldiers.
Last time I met one of the Gylardian guys, he was like a crazy, like, stoic, smart guy who had a perfect straight face, and I don't know. He points at Callie, maybe you can give him like one of your jokes or something and crack him up. That might be good.
Oh, for sure.
Well,
This is gonna go great.
yeah. Good luck. There's one more thing, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about this one, bud.
Yeah, well, later this afternoon there's gonna be a big potluck over in the 13th ward, and we kinda need you to be there to give a speech.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry, this one's my bad. They told me I needed to set up some kind of public event. So I actually need you to come on this one if you don't mind.
Yeah, but we picked something with like food and stuff, so it should be fun.
Yeah, no worries. Sounds like fun. I've been really interested in the whole, he kind of wiggles his hand in the air for a little bit, the, like, Indigo food culture, and there's, like, a lot going on, so you know.
Yeah, there's like a restaurant over there, so maybe they'll bring something to the potluck.
Yeah! He kind of thinks to himself, for a little bit. Maybe even, Kazuya might come by and drop a thing or two off. He kind of, giggles for a second.
He better, he's scheduled to be there.
Tia's like, sorry. Oh man, I'm starting to sound like Varden. One last thing. Do you think you don't have to convince her, but do you think you could convince Elixia to just give it a shot? Try to talk to Elixia about the potluck, okay? Like, she doesn't have to come, but
If you don't have time, we could give it a shot, I guess,
Yeah.
but she'll listen to you better.
Oh yeah, I can give it a try, why not? I'm supposed to be exploring the manor today anyway, so if I run into her, I'll try giving her a little, pep talk, you know?
thanks. Tia brilliantly smiles at you.
Kinda gives you a big thumbs up.
Gaius gives them a bit of a smile. He gives them the classic sparkle smile, and then he gives them a quick wave. But before he heads out, he's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, have you guys seen any of the other maids around? I'm supposed to help hand out their lunches."
Oh, time to roll to die for both of us, Roma.
Okay.
Her maid. Oh, Tia doesn't know shit. Oh, Callaway knows everything.
Well, I'm pretty sure, Ty is in your room, as always, which is, in the far back. And, Peony should be out here somewhere. She's the gardener, so she should be around here, and, he's, like, pondering. I think Bambi's in the library, and Lilac should be with Varden.
Gotcha. Alright, thanks. If that's the case, I'll probably run into Lilac no matter what. He kind of thinks so. I'll keep exploring around here, see if I can't find any of them. Alright, thanks you two. Bye, see you later.
Friendly
Yeah.
wave.
Tia, like, nods back, gets a genuine smile on her face, and starts to walk off. And then the second you two are out of earshot, Tia's like, okay, so let's work on our excuses why Varden can't be there for those two.
Varden too busy having old man war flashbacks to go to the graveyard.
Those two scheme off in the corner. It's funny. How do I put this? Calloway and Tia are, when they are off duty, opposites. Polar and complete opposites. But when they're given tasks like this, they align and they are terrifying.
Oh boy. I'll be honest, I have to be like, I want to assign this to the most chaos possible route I can.
Yeah, I respect it.
I was like, dude, I could put, knowing what I know about Bard, and put him in the graveyard and probably get some emotional shit happening. And I was like, nah.
Nah, fuck that. Tia, go to the graveyard, eat the flowers.
Yeah.
Whatever, we can tell you which one is the optimal and which one was the chaos.
Yeah, afterwards we can do that. This guy is,
There are obviously quirks for each.
yeah, this guy is heads over this way. He actually takes a peek into this little nook right here.
Oh, you take a peek into that nook. That's like, basically, this is the entryway to the stables. The stables are currently under renovation, specifically because they're trying to figure out the exact logistics of the gigantic Ryudo Temple-style stairs leading up to this place and trying to get packed animals up here. It's not easy. They're still figuring it out.
Well, maybe we can build, maybe we have someone work up a little bit of a vehicle or something for him. Well, they probably won't like that either. He kind of rubs his chin. He kind of shrugs. He starts walking this way, waves to the two guards.
They wave back.
Hopefully one of those guards aren't one of the ones that he faked his death in front of. Hopefully.
I mean, who haven't you these days?
That's a good question, you know?
You pass by statuary over here of the twin foxes, sigils of your family.
Guy kind of glances over. Oh, that's funny. Sully made origamis of those the other day. I still have one of them. He kind of gets this, gets like the dumb look on his face for a split second, immediately goes back. Maybe I should see how accurate it is later. Keeps walking this direction. Passes through underneath this little archway and then keeps going, looks at the flowers. By the way, Roma, this map looks fantastic.
Thank you. Jay did the outside and I did the inside.
Very
Mask
nice.
laid down all the tiles. We fucking
And fucking tag team
we
triple duoed
destroyed
this thing.
this map.
Guy walks forward, sees that, sweats a little seeing that.
Put many objects down. Let's see. Oh yeah, you look over there and you see a go board set out. Calloway and Izana play out here.
This guy sees that and like almost sweats a little. Oh boy. Things get a little heated between those two sometimes. He actually walks up and just kind of inspects the table for a little bit. Tell me, is there anything like fancy about this or just your standard go board?
It's a standard go board, but
Who's
roll
winning?
me a d20 to see who's winning.
Yeah,
Izana or Calloway. Izana rolling exactly even. Oh,
Calloway's
Izana's
winning.
winning. It's not a great game, to be honest.
huh,
They're
interesting.
not at their best this time.
No.
Well, maybe the scenery has reset their skill level. This guy is thinking back to war zones that would be the compounds board.
Yeah.
Walks up, sees a man up ahead. Hi.
Kind of like waves. He like looks over to you and is like, "Oh, hello. You're the new young lord, correct?"
That would be the case, correct?
Well, welcome to the mansion. I'm the gardener. He like looks around and is like it looks back across. It's a beautiful mansion. I'm afraid that I fell behind in recent years with maintaining the place, but your you and your family have breathed an entire new life into the location.
Oh, wow. Well, I'd say you're doing a really good job. There's flowers and stuff everywhere. He kind of like just rolls his hands around. He kind of actually like points out a little bit. Tell me actually, I'm actually a little curious. Is there any particular reason why you'd select flowers or plants like this for this spot?
Oh boy. Give me a roll to do.
You got it.
One that could determine someone's truer intent.
Oh, if that's the case, I'm actually gonna roll the die.
Oh.
And I will lock in Scias' blue. And
How's
roll
Scias feeling about this encounter? Is he genuinely just curious, or like what?
He's genuinely just curious. Scias is the type of person who, he will pry into you like nobody's business. But also, sometimes he just doesn't listen to what you say.
Oh boy. So, yeah, here's how this is gonna go. It's gonna be like one of those weird encounters where, this guy starts talking and explaining like, oh, I used to serve the Marigold family, and, they actually found something of a distaste for these flowers, so for the most part, I grew them in secret, and as he's just talking, Scias, your attention just wanders,
Scias just sort of
wanders.
keeps going.
You see over here. You're like, what the fuck? And this guy's droning explanation just completely goes over your head.
Scias zones out a little bit and jumps in and he goes, oh, sorry to interrupt, but there's actually a person over there I really need to give something to. Alright, bye,
Yes,
but
of course.
I'll ask again later, I promise.
He nods and you continue on your way.
He's walking off like a rude ass.
Listen, you saw some weird shit down there.
Yeah. Scias sees another statue of the twin foxes and kind of just glances over at it and he goes, wow, these really are everywhere. And he does like a light little jog this way. Scias is a very fucking fast individual.
Yeah.
He walks over and
You
kind
gotta
of
be to escape this family.
squeezes through this little overhang and then kind of walks by and then kind of takes a look. What's happening over here?
You'll find Peony over here on her cell phone. As I try and piece together what she's doing with these horse statues. No, I'm telling you, I'm going to mark them each with a different, unique number that I'm pulling out of my ass, okay? And they're going to sell for even more because they're going to be explicitly rare.
Scias emerges from the back a bit and goes, hi, and raises his hand up.
She throws her phone into the lake.
Oh,
Master Scias, I apologize. Is there anything you need?
oh, I was just coming by because your sister requested I help pass out these lunches to you all. He like hands her one of the lunch boxes.
Oh, was that all? You don't need me to do anything? No more gardening? No, I don't know. You don't need me to change your bed sheets or something?
No, I don't think so, but he looks over at these horse statues. Although you got me curious, what are you up to with these?
Oh, would you be interested in purchasing a horse?
Scias thinks to himself a little bit. Scias is gonna roll to die really fast.
Oh.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? God, fat old.
Oh god. Scias.
You look like a smart man, Master Scias. You
Guys.
look like somebody who wants to get on the ground floor of a very unique money-making opportunity.
Scias kind of rubs his chin and looks at her. Maybe. I guess the first question is, what do these horses have to offer me?
Oh, well, you see, similar to trading cards, you can trade these horses for thousands and upon thousands of vol.
This is horse NFTs?
No, this is more akin to the you heard the kids talking about it. What was that? Dimensional switchy flippers?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. God, what the fuck? This is the second time today someone said that shit to me. What's happening?
We actually have some of my associates. She looks over to her phone that she threw into the lake. Some of my associates have been working hard, cutting down trees to start creating these non-fungible horses.
I see. If you don't mind me asking, aren't those phones like extremely expensive right now?
She stops.
So I guess I gotta ask, did you purchase these horses as well? And then just don't. Oh, there she goes. Oh wait! This guy is like takes a quick sprint up and looks down at her. She's flashing the water. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. I just need to find the phone that I definitely didn't throw because I wasn't supposed to be on it.
Okay. Do you need help?
Yes, please. How's your underwater vision?
Not great, but I can, like, I don't know, I can maybe breathe underwater? I don't super know the logistics of it, but, he actually kind of thinks to himself a little bit and actually, points to her for a second. Actually, I think there might be a better way to get it out of the water than swimming, because, you know, I'll be real, this is linked to one of the canals, I think, and, those things move.
She notices as she is drifting away.
He kind of like sprints over past and like he's like hold on a sec. He actually reaches
I'm trying. I'm swimming against a current.
he reaches down and grabs the railing right here that she jumped off of, and he actually like tries to quickly transmute it into like kind of like a section of rope and then segment it off to like let her have something to grab the fuck onto.
Oh. Let me roll to die.
Yeah. Do you wanna give me
Oh yeah, I need to do 3d6s, right?
Yeah,
She's probably not.
You get to add 2d6 on top of your white dice.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, that's pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to grab on.
She grabs on, and then she hoists herself back up onto land.
That's pretty impressive. He kind of looks over, but yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest. Getting that out by his swimming and diving might not be the easiest, especially since you can't see too well. And also there might be all manner of sea creatures down there, or canal creatures, I guess the better term for it. But you know...
Sea creatures, you say?
Yeah! he actually, like, kind of raises a finger up in the air and makes that face again. I met this guy, like, a few days ago. He called himself, like, Fisher Magnus or something. And he said something along the lines of, the only things in the ocean you can't catch are those that's will is greater than your own.
Whoa,
so, do you think that your phone has a will greater than your own?
No, nobody has a greater will than me, especially when it comes to saving money.
Well, maybe you could try fishing it out of the water.
Do you have a fishing rod?
He kind of thinks to himself, no, but I can probably make one. I mean, we already got this rope.
Yeah. It seems like you have half of the pieces already.
Yeah, sure. Scias, like, takes out... Does Scias have his sword on him?
Oh, yes.
He takes the sword and he severs the other end of the rope to, like, kind of hoist around. And he kind of, like, walks back here and kind of just like rustles around in these for like branches and stuff for like a either like a vine or like a stick that he could, like a particularly long stick that he could potentially like reinforce a little bit.
You give me a roll to do to fishing rod.
Okay. I get a bonus to this because I'm using
You do.
my transmutation, so I'm gonna add 2d6. Or is that 1d6? I can't remember.
It's just one for this.
Yeah, because he has so many d6 bonuses.
Yep, he gets 2d6 for noble shit.
Alright, and boop.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
I'm gonna roll for versus the concept of fishing.
Versus nature.
Yeah, you make a fishing rod pretty quickly, actually.
Scias turns around with this newly transmuted fishing rod and hands it to her. Yeah, give this a try. Try to cast it with all of your willpower into the very, sea or canal itself, whatever you want to consider it as.
Wow, Master Scias, you're so crafty.
Thank you.
Have you ever considered giving up this noble life and becoming a craftsman? I'm sure you can make a lot of money.
This guy is kind of thinks about that. Like, I haven't, but it might be a fun hobby to pick up.
I think you should seriously consider it and let me be a manager of yours. Only because I know the correct avenues in which to sell your products.
Ah, I see. I guess it's always good to make new connections in business, I think they said.
Yeah, connections.
Yeah, connections.
Oh my god.
Give a roll for fishing willpower.
Yeah, give me a good old roll for that. You can grab that white swing that you had before, Peony, or you can just roll it raw.
I'll take that extra 2.
Yeah.
Come on, I need my phone.
Yeah, give me a.
Oh,
So this will be a clash because it is a white dice. Wow. That is such a lame result from both of you. Peony, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna get your phone back, but you're gonna be out here all day fishing.
No.
You can't make money if time is money.
Time is money, and I'm wasting time.
Scias kind of looks over at her and watches the absolute concentration, but yet this internal struggle within. Well,
She's locked in.
Just completely locked in. He kind of thinks so. Well, do you need anything else?
I'm hungry.
I did already hand you your lunch.
Yes, but my hands are now occupied. I'm fishing for my phone.
Oh, he kind of.
And if you think about it, I'm losing this time, which is money, because you spooked me and I threw my phone into the lake.
I guess that is my fault. He kind of thinks to himself a little.
She opens her mouth.
Yeah, I can feed you a little. I can't feed you your entire lunch though. I got other things I gotta do, like give your other sisters food.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
He feeds her I think 3 or 4 bites, and he's like, "All right, have a good one. Good luck with whatever this is. I hope you get your phone back and that it's not destroyed beyond repair. That'd be a bummer."
Can you use your magic to make a bowl of rice?
He thinks to himself, I've never tried that before. Maybe we could try that later.
If you could probably solve world hunger. Or sell it for lots of money.
Wow.
I'm rolling for rumors spreading about you two. Yeah, there's some.
Scias keeps walking this way. Well, that's
Went across the canal, saw you feed a maid, and is like, oh.
Oh.
It's fine. It wouldn't be the first rumor it started about Scias. Scias keeps walking this way and kind of glances along the canal and keeps walking forward. He's almost made a full circle, actually, at this point.
He has, yeah.
Good time. As she said before, time is money, and he's making good time, so,
He sure is.
Gonna continue just to quickly hobble down. He's probably gonna speed up a little just because there's a long stretch. That's
What? Huh? Who? Where?
don't worry about it. I saw a flame appear. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Oh no, yeah. Sometimes there's fire. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah. Well, it wasn't. It was more of a fire of the soul or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll happen.
He stretches through past here and then just goes here. He's actually just gonna enter in through this door because it saves
connect to your
time.
room. Pretty much this is what's nice about the little storage shed is you have a path straight out to it. When you don't want to cause problems for everybody in here, you can just tuck out to the side. It's rather nice.
Yeah, he remember mentioned that one of the other maids would be in his room, so he just he cracks open the door and goes, "Hello? Anybody in here?"
Oh, hello,
Hi,
Mr. Master Scias. Welcome to your room.
Thank you.
This Scias. This is Ty, short for Tiger Lily. This is your personal maid, who deals with all of your affairs. Cleans your room, does all this other stuff. and has been patiently waiting
Oh.
for you.
Hi. I hope he kind of thinks, oh yeah, by the way, he reaches over and hands you one of your lunch boxes. I've sold to pass these out to all of you.
Oh, that's great. She has her hands behind her back and removes one of them to grab the lunch, and then like puts her lunch down in the bed. Well, that's good because I have something for you.
Oh, what's that?
Fear Scias. You see, she's been your maid for a while now, and something about Ty. She's kind of a health freak. Really likes exercising and all this other stuff. And she slowly brings one of her hands that are behind the back, and it's holding something. It's holding a thing containing mysterious, questionably, dangerous liquids. He goes, "I made you a health smoothie."
Oh, a health smoothie, huh? He kind of like looks at it a little bit. I'm gonna roll a die for him really quick.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. He looks at it and
Oh no, Scias.
he would ask what's in it, but you know what? His nice boy stat won out. He's like, "Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it." Gives her a nice smile and then kind of goes back to normal face.
Yep. Made it specifically for your physicality, so you can grow big and strong and do all the big master things you need to do.
Oh, got it. Yeah, this is sure to be extremely helpful, right?
Yeah.
I remember there being a few health nuts I met out in the city not too long ago. Apparently, there's this like entire like university gym team that kind of get real intense, and I tried participating once, and they completely stomped me. So,
So-
Join the muscle improvement club, Scias.
Well, I think you should join. I think it would be really good for your appearance.
Yeah, maybe. He kind of glances off to the side a little bit and kind of looks at her. Oh yeah, by the way, your sister lost her phone in the river, by the way. She might need some help with that.
Does she react at all?
Just kind of sits there, lets the awkward silence sort of Aloha die. Aloha just die at this very moment.
Unplugged his computer!
Well, that was fun.
Special said no.
Special said die.
Well, this has been fun. Good luck. Enjoy your lunch. Thanks for his shake. All right.
You hold the absolutely questionable shake in your hands.
He looks at this absolutely questionable shake and he thinks to himself a little bit, I'll save this for later. He looks over at this. What's this? I'm assuming to do the shadow. This is a bathroom.
That is Royal's room.
Ah, yeah, not going in that one.
Ah, the gates of hell.
Yeah, not touching that one. Nope. Kind of thinks there. Let's see. That's 2 down. Remind me, what were the other 2 locations that Callaway said?
Oh boy.
Library and Bardem.
Yeah, Library and Varden.
Gotcha. Very nice.
Who the fuck knows where Varden is, but
This guy just walks by here knowing that this is Elixia's hide chamber.
Yes.
His bedroom. I think this one's Impusa's bedroom.
Yeah, or this one's Impusa, this one's Royal. Something like that.
Something like that. Scias. Either way, Scias isn't going in either of fucking those.
Yeah.
Scias kind of walks up and sort of like lightly gives the door a knock. Hey, Elixia, you in there?
Silence. Yeah, what's up?
Is it okay if I come in?
Crawl. Walk. Unlock. walk. Yeah, come on in.
Slowly opens the door. Make sure not to open it enough to bang into this bookshelf, because
Bookcase, yeah.
that would cause intense sheep distress.
Yeah.
He walks in slowly closes the door behind him.
she looks at you and like looks around the room, sort of like shifts unevenly and's like, hey, I heard my dad's giving you a lot of trouble today. I'm really sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. I gotta do work every once in a while, right? He kind of gives her a smile.
She just exhales slowly. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, is there anything I can help with? Are you, like, doing okay with it?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Tia and Calloway offered to help out with a few tasks, so I got that going there. I was actually wanting to ask you something, if that's okay.
Yeah, what's up? Anything I can do?
Well, I was wondering if you'd be interested in coming to potluck later today in the 13th Ward.
Oh, wait, no. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Click this. Click that. Oh. Oh, shit. Flip a coin. Oh, okay. She honestly, like, she sort of starts stroking her chin and thinking about that. A potluck, that doesn't sound too busy or eventful. Yeah, maybe, like, is there a dress code or anything? She just starts looking for reasons why she shouldn't go, probably.
He kind of figures out, I don't think there's gonna be a dress code. I think you can just wear whatever you like.
Okay.
They didn't tell me any of that. He kind of thinks to himself, I'm planning on going mostly because it sounds like it'd be a good opportunity to kind of explore the food culture of Indigo. He raises his hand. And so many people are going to be able to toss in so many things, I get to, you know, try out a lot of things. He kind of just stretches his hands out.
Give me a roll to do.
You got it. I'm going to actually lock in his dice from before that he rolled in the previous roll to die.
Yeah, fair.
I'm going to roll the DC, and I get an extra +2 D6 this time. Talking
sure do.
with personality. I needed it!
Sure fucking needed it. Oh god, Alexia is a god. I forgot she rolls like a fucking monster.
It's the second time this guy has rolled that one this session.
Yeah!
You're like, both times I've been to talk to people.
She, oh boy, she starts to, like, get sort of, like, lost in her thoughts as you're like, food culture of Indigo. Food, And Alexia's mind goes to the worst place possible immediately.
Oh, no.
Do we have to give speeches?
He thinks to himself for a little bit. Well, he points at her. I know I have to give a speech, but I don't know about you. He thinks to himself a little bit. Oh! If you really, really don't want to be noticed or catch something, maybe we can, like, figure out a disguise for you. So you can go incognito or something. He kind of wiggles his fingers in the air.
Give me another roll to do.
Yeah, hopefully I can roll that one this time. 2d6. No bonus. Oh, it's a roll die. Whoops.
Oh, yeah. Give me a roll to do.
Ooh. They're so close to each other. Son of a bitch, I'm rolling so bad.
Oh, you still beat it, though. She's got to lock in. For once, the purple stat actually doesn't. She has to lock it in if it's highest. So, yeah, she, oh, God, how does she agree with you because she's nervous? Okay. She's like, well, yeah, I guess it's called Pretender. Of course. That makes sense. She'd want to be in disguise. She goes, yeah, yeah, maybe, do you think the maids maybe have a spare uniform or something?
He thinks to himself, probably. There is a lot of them, so I'm sure they'd need a bunch.
Cool. Yeah, if you could sneak me one of those, I'd love to go out.
Yeah, I can ask one of them. I gotta go and chat with the two more of them today anyways.
Hey, thanks. Her face kind of like splits open into a smile again. I didn't really want to go out into the city if I was expected to be Elixia Camellia, but if I'm just some random person, then maybe it'll be fine.
Yeah, maybe you could even make yourself like a fancy incognito disguise name.
Yeah. Oh boy, Elixia, time for you to roll big brain. How do you feel about this? Of course, it's time to be big brain. Of course, it's time to be big
Extremely
brain.
big brain. I'll call myself the Great Dice Weasel.
Yeah, no, just versus disguise quality. Okay, Alexia's going to. You suggest like, why don't you build yourself a disguise identity? And she's like, oh, yeah, that sounds kind of fun. A little debonair, actually. She turns around and sits down at her desk, and she's like, I never really thought about tailoring myself a new personality or identity.
Yeah, could be fun.
Could be a good time. She like turns around and she's smiling at you and is like, huh. I kind of realized there is. I was always a little too timid to do the whole sneaking out of the mansion thing, but there is a certain, I don't know, joy to this.
Yeah. He kind of thinks to himself a little bit. You can always also use this as like an excuse to try new things if you ever want to. Only if you want to, though, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Alexia like turns this over in her head and she starts nodding and writing in her journal on the table. She's writing herself a backstory.
Excellent. He kind of looks up to Alexia. Well, all right. I can come and get you later when it's time to set up for the potluck and everything, and I'll be sure to ask the maids if they got an extra uniform. Thanks so much.
Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. That went better than expected, honestly.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
She's gone. She's lost. She's lost in the sauce.
That's good. Welcome back, Aloha.
Aloha. So for context, Scias walked up to you and said, that your sister threw her cell phone in the water, and then you blue screened.
Yeah. And then he just kind of walked out of the room.
Yeah, I guess it's fine. So yeah, picking up with you. What?
Going back from being unconscious and then waking up to a fury, you see this door fling open. As Ty has regained consciousness and is stomping down this hallway and sees you and goes up to you and grabs you by the collar. Where is she?
I think she's fishing right now.
Come with me.
Okay.
As Ty is stomping and opening doors and goes out to the canal and sees whatever the fuck she's doing.
All the way up, it's a long ass walk. Here's a question: does Peony see this in the distance and go, "It's time to run"?
She's focusing on the fishing.
I'm
thinking about all the money that she'll make when she has to make right.
It's like when you see the oncoming boulder in the background and the bystanders who have not seen the disaster oncoming.
Oh no, she has earpods in.
Oh no! She can still hear the music she was listening to when she threw the phone in the river.
Oh?
Why do you have horse statues?
Ty?
Yes?
I wanted to tell you all about this unique opportunity to make lots and lots of money.
Escape King activates. I'm just gonna try to escape the situation.
Oh my god, give me a roll to do. Is this just blend? Scias just creep out the back.
What's his bonus for escaping?
2d6.
2d6, gotcha. Escape King, activate!
Honestly, yeah, that'll probably be high enough for the maids.
Yeah.
So you start to sneak away, and Scias, just slowly move yourself as this conversation plays itself out.
Yeah, you got it.
So, you're selling horses? And how does that lead to your phone being in the canal?
Well, you see, the canal sucked it up.
Mm-hmm. It sucked it up, huh?
Yeah, haven't you heard? Since we've been to Indigo, I keep on hearing everybody's like, "Oh, that canal, it sucks."
Ty picks up the horse statue.
No, please, it's 30,000 ball.
As that happens, Guy is just like.
does Scias hear a crash as he gets inside?
Those trees will have died for nothing.
Ty is currently testing a theory. Well, if the canal is sucking it up, it must all go to the same place. So maybe if we toss enough of your horses into the canal, they'll surround where your phone is.
We only have 3.
Scias, as you make your way back inside, you hear 3 sequential splashes.
Oh, well, I think she still has all that energy. He walks this way, kind of looks up. I'm assuming these darkened rooms are still ones that I mustn't enter.
Yes. One is Varden's room.
This one right here is stairs.
Yep,
This
that
Gotcha.
one's
is
stairs.
Varden's room.
Yep.
Gotcha. He'll talk to Varden later. You know, he's gonna be alright. It's fine. He walks out here, sees this guard. Hey!
He like waves. Hello, doing the rounds?
Yeah, getting ready to do my duties for the day. You know how it is.
Well, good luck. I don't think I'm assigned to you today, but it sounds like you've got a full plate, so good luck to whoever is.
Thank you.
Almost.
He drops his swing. He walks through. He's gonna not enter the kitchen because he has been informed Rose is in there and fucking
Rose is the one who
Motherfucker.
made the lunches.
motherfucker energy.
Yeah. What's Scias' opinion on Rose?
So it's one of those things where he's probably okay on her, but also it's the issue that she's, if I remember correctly, assigned directly to Impusa, a person who has Scias of 100% the belief has tried to poison him a few times,
Yeah.
and Rose as a person who he knows makes fucking weird chemical concoctions and shit. He's like, maybe not this one, not right now. Yeah. Correct. He walks up here, and which direction is the library?
Left.
The
Left, you're in the Tsubaki section you're in the Tsubaki wing of the house right now. Left will lead you back to the main manor.
Gotcha. Okay. Before he goes around exploring this section, of course he will head to the library because he got to make sure he gets these
Ooh.
made.
Roll to die immediately as the door cracks open.
You got it.
You beat the 10. Okay. If you lock a stat in, yeah. Okay, so you round the corner and you hear the same telltale tapping of Varden heading down the hallway immediately, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's a prompt to avoid.
That's
but,
a chaser monster.
That's a chaser monster, but you notice Varden's own chaser monster is the maid Lilac, who sticks with him a lot of the time. She's a distance away from him.
As Lilac kind of like walks around the corner, and as Varden's winding around the corner, I'm sorry, as Skylar's actually like peeps up a bit and kind of goes, "Psst, hey, Lilac, over here."
Turns around. Oh, Master Scias.
Hi, yeah, I was supposed to give a lunch to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, here you go. He hands her the lunch.
Well, since you did me this favor, I'll give you a tip. Okay?
What's that?
I think that Master Varden is in a good mood today.
Oh, that's good. He kind of thinks to himself a little. I'm gonna roll for us guys. I was gonna phrase this next thing really quick.
Excellent.
Perfect. The stupid stat. It's running strong as it was intended to be. He kind of looks up at Lila Bates. He kind of thinks of me. He kind of just outright says, "By the way, do you have any spare maid dresses I can borrow?"
I can get some. Why? Do you need it for something?
Oh yeah, I need it for a disguise.
Oh, you're... Alright, that... Just don't tell them you got it from me.
Yeah, sure. I'll be sure to keep it a airtight secret.
I'll put it under your pillow on your bed, so when you go back there later, it'll be there.
Gotcha, thank you.
She gives you a finger gun.
He...
Okay, I gotta go. He's heading towards the stairs, and if I don't get there, he's not gonna be able to make it up there.
Alright, good luck. Waits for her to leave, and then kind of sighs a bit, and then drops swinging. Alright, got most of that cleared up then. Alright, just one more. He heads down this way. I believe he said the stairs were, sorry, the library is this way.
You go up this direction, and then yeah, you head up this way, yes, and then
Gotcha. Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
the maid.
go like that.
Wait, Beerus checks. Okay, Varden not in sight.
You hear Varden being greeted outside. You're like, yes, good. Acer monster evaded.
Scias walks up and kind of waves a hand. Hello.
This one, she's sitting in a chair. Is this a cozy chair? Probably.
Yes,
We're gonna say it is.
very.
It's hers. If it wasn't a cozy chair before, she fucking got one. She's just sitting. She's got a book, like a book of art, on her lap, and a glass of wine that she probably shouldn't have right now.
Scias kind of looks at her a little bit and is just like, hello?
Oh. Hello, Master Scias, she says, unbothered by the fact that he's caught her actively slacking at her job, which, her job is to monitor the library.
No.
It's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Have you come here for a book? To further your studies? She leans on one of the things, puts her hand up on her for her chin to rest on.
Not today, actually. I actually came here because I have a lunch for you from your sisters.
Oh, delightful. She reaches out.
He hands her
For
the
the
lunch. He, hands it to her and he kind of backs up and sort of looks at her for a second. If you don't mind me asking, what are you up to?
Musing, she says, swirling the wine in her glass. Looking for inspiration for the next piece.
Oh, the next
Very
piece of
slowly.
what art?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
I
didn't know
haven't
you
had
did
much
art.
time to paint, but I also haven't had much. She dramatically swills her glass. Motivation.
Oh, you're lacking motivation, huh? He
I
kind
think
of like...
the move has stunted me.
Oh, I see. Change of scenery, change of mindset, right?
Exactly. She kind of gives a small cheer to you.
All right. He kind of thinks to himself for a hot sec. Well, if you needed inspiration, he kind of thinks, what kind of things have you tried?
Well, she considers. I haven't been very far off the grounds recently. Mostly just observing the scenery, but I don't think that's doing much. It's rather dull here. She looks a little annoyed.
Oh, gotcha. He kind of thinks, well, I guess you could always go exploring. I go exploring a lot. There's lots of fun places around town. Like there's Seaside. There's this place called the Old Noble District that has some pretty neat stuff. It's kind of abandoned though. If you're looking for the more hollow, empty place vibe.
Oh, she brightens a little bit and she's like, oh, that does sound excellent. Something about the tortured soul of the city or something. I'm sure I'll figure it out once I get there.
Yeah,
If I ever have time, she pouts towards the door.
Well, the person who is in charge of that place is coming over later today. Maybe you could ask them if you can get a tour.
She full body leans on here. Could you introduce me?
Yeah, why not? She did seem very excited to meet everyone here, so I could always introduce you, why not? Of course, she'd probably introduce herself anyways, he kind of says, rubbing his shin.
She looks very delighted at the idea of seeing anything that isn't this. That isn't just the day-to-day peoples of the manor.
Yeah. I think we actually have a lot of people coming by today, so that's good.
Ooh, she leans further. She's dangerously close to tipping this chair.
Oh, well, he thinks to himself, there's the person I just told you about. Two ambassadors from Rauji apparently are coming by. And, a person, a noble from Seaside is coming by. I believe there's some noble from something's Hollow, Blood Hollow. I don't remember her name. It's because I, the J-Man, in real life, have already forgotten the name, even though I helped name it.
Listen, it'll happen.
It's fine.
She kind of settles back a little bit and is like, oh, more nobles. Ah, dramatic sigh.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. He kind of thinks so. You know, if you're also tired of hanging with the nobles, you could, like, I don't know, bunk with the Subakis for a night or something. That might help.
She looks at you like you've just dumped sludge onto her carpet.
Oh, I see. Well, and then I guess he actually points. Oh, I know. Not too far from here, actually, there's a place called Whole Street. There's a lot of colorful characters from there. They got a lot of shops, and I think almost every shop there is run by a person from a different place. There's this one person who runs this mysterious pawn shop that's supposedly haunted or something. It got the tree growing out of it, so you know. And
she considers this, and she's like, oh, that does... A mysterious tree. She sits back in her chair.
It's also like a diner. It's run by this like guy that doesn't have a face, but he does have like a jaw.
She blinks. She blinks and she gasps and she's like, perhaps the city is more interesting than I thought. She stands up a bit and she's like, Master Scias.
Yes.
She gets very close. Very close.
Kind of.
Next time you go exploring the city, could you bring me along?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind.
Of course, that means I'll have to get one of the other girls to watch the library. She begins scheming about talking her job off onto someone else for a day. I'll figure it out.
Well, good luck with your library duties, I guess.
She looks around at the books. I don't think I'll need much luck, she considers. She once again looks a little annoyed. I don't think many people come to the library.
Yeah, it's just Alexia.
Alexia comes in and then fucking sheep's in here.
Yes.
Alexia comes in and walks through to get to her office.
Yeah.
Scias, having delivered the final one, you feel accomplished. Like you did something great today. Truly, hunger was vanquished.
Oh, finally, hunger vanquished. How many souls did I get from that one?
You got so many!
Oh, fuck yeah. Maybe I can
feel-
finally equip my dragon tail sword.
You feel accomplished, and it's about that point that hold on, let's do this one. You hear someone enter the room behind you. Excuse me.
Yes?
I believe the first of guests will be arriving relatively soon.
Ah, gotcha. I should go get changed then. He kind of
Yes.
laughs a little.
If you could please prepare yourself, that would be great. Also, thank you for handing out all of those lunches.
Of course, no problem. Anytime. He
Belgian tandem.
he gives them both a little smile. He kind of thinks still. Oh yeah, by the way, I think Peony and Ty might need a little bit of help by the canal river.
I see.
They're getting in a bit of an argument last I saw.
I'll see if Rose can assist.
He
She sort of shakes her head and is like, I'll see if Rose can assist. I'm supposed to tend to you in these upcoming discussions, so I can't preoccupy myself with their nonsense. She says very to the point.
Gotcha.
And raises delicately to the mouth in a silent "oh my" gesture.
Gotcha. Alright, well, I'm gonna go get myself changed and dressed up for everyone. I guess I'll meet you both, I guess in the main hall.
Bows.
Alright, thank you both very much, as always.
Walks. Okay, and this is where we're gonna take our first 5-minute break.
Nice.
Everybody take a break. Excellent job.
Break
Good
a cheese.
Good work, everyone.
I love the
I hope you're ready to take a shitty, pretentious art girl to the city.
Scias is Scias, I put my hand on your shoulder. Thanks for keeping this country running.
That was a dating sim with the maids where it's all exactly the same images, just palette swapped.
I love the maid so much. I love Peony's alt with the money. It's my favorite. Fucking Mr. Crab laughing made me want to cry.
Annihilated me.
Oh, I just fanned up to what's happening by the river right now.
Goodbye, horses.
Why don't you use that magic to make some money?
Missed it all.
I was sitting
Why
there.
is she like this?
I gotta say, the timing of Scias saying that to Ty, and then you disconnecting was fucking hilarious.
It was
my
so
cat
funny.
unplugged my computer.
So we're just like sitting there, and you're just silent, and we're just like, you guys like, oh, okay. I'll talk to you later.
So, do you guys want me to go over what who each maid is assigned to and what they do?
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
Really quick, J-Man, roll me a 1d3 to determine which of your guests is arriving first.
Alrighty.
And then I'll start planning for that, and then go over the maids, and I'm gonna use that.
2.
Oh, God, starting with that. Okay, that's fine. Everything's fine.
So, the oldest sister is Bambi, and she is the head maid, so she's not assigned to anyone in particular because she's the oldest, and she's the librarian. The next oldest is either Lilac or Hydrangea. Hydrangea is assigned to Elixia and is a greeter, so she greets guests and stuff. Then Lilac is she's the housekeeper. She does all the cleaning. And she is assigned to Varden. She's also, she's a mage. She's the mage of the sisters. Then next is Peony, age-wise, I think? And Peony is, assigned to Royal. And she's the gardener. And...
She likes to make the green.
She doesn't want to be a maid forever, okay?
I imagine that them signing up to be gimmick maids was absolutely her idea.
Yeah, she pitched it like she was like, listen, guys, we have a wonderful opportunity to get onto the ground floor of this rich family.
Yeah, we just attach ourselves to a rich-ass family, you guys. Opportunities abound.
I think after Peony is, Tiger Lily. Tiger Lily is next, so she's the third from youngest, or second from youngest.
Yep.
And she's the Tsubaki aide, and she is assigned to Scias. And then next is Clover, who is also assigned to greeting, and she's Izana's. She's assigned to Izana. And then finally is Rose, who is the chef, and she's assigned to Impusa.
Yay.
Yeah.
I ruined the naming convention. I was like, I'm gonna name her Bambi because I think the oldest one being Bambi is hilarious, and that's what I did.
It's fine. It's there's a B and a B in there, and I've been thinking of her as BB. So
Yeah, so have I.
It works. It works real well.
I love the maids.
I love them so much. I just imagine the spin-off of this show that is just the maids.
The anime maids show.
Did
Yeah!
Did Scias drink the drink?
Not yet. He said he was gonna save it for later.
Okay, that's great. Dude, you gotta let it ferment, you know?
It's only ready when the time is right.
I'm gonna BRB.
I was like, what personality is Bambi gonna have? And I was like, what if I use all of my pretentious art school bullshit and just poured it into one dumb girl?
That was great.
Just poured it into a maid.
Yeah, it's probably like pickles, ginger, salt and pepper. I don't know. What is some other health stuff?
Why?
Kale.
I'm not telling you. I don't want you
Kale.
to
Kale. It's all the healthy stuff. Is it made to taste good? No. Probably like 5 raw eggs blended together. You know.
I'm gonna get water beer back.
Okay.
It's made for gains, not for grains.
Yeah, you gotta make him the yoked out noble of everyone's dreams.
Yeah.
And not small twink.
Yeah. He needs to grow up big and strong. You know, Scias, if you grow strong enough, you can just bend all the bars that are blocking your way.
Yeah, that's a good point. Meanwhile, this guy just unhinges all of his limbs and then just snakes through.
He needs them to be as noodly as possible for that exact reason.
I wonder which one of these maids he spooked more than anybody else by crawling out of the fucking vents like a nightmare creature.
Probably Ty, because she is your personal maid, so she'd be like waiting in your room.
She's always there.
And then it's just like Scias just kind of goops through the fucking vents, and she's like, "Oh."
Okay.
I think Bambi is sick of being in the library. She's like, I'm always in here and I hate everything. Please let me outside. I am an inside maid and I want to be an outside maid. Screaming at the windows.
I'm glad you introduced non-fungible horses. I think that's a very important thing.
I thought it was really important for the setting.
The setting needs non-fungible
This is why our horses are banned from Indigo.
The horses were funged very quickly.
Someone is going to like be sitting like chilling out by the cows. There's gonna see 3 horses float by and then a phone. They're gonna be like, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
It's gonna create
the horses.
You're gonna make a phantasm like that.
The
like
horse
monster.
This is how we get Kelpies.
Yes.
This is your fault.
This
We won't
is
have
fungible
horses, but we'll have kelpies.
Yeah.
What?
Listen, I'll make a Kelpie right now. Do you want a Kelpie? I'll make a Kelpie.
This Kelpie farm is gonna make us mad bank.
We have a unique opportunity to get on the ground floor of the Kelpie market. We'll make lots and lots of money.
What does the Kelpie market do?
You
Make
see,
money.
if you're creative, everything makes money.
Kelpies are awful.
Ooh, I'm gonna refill my water really quick and then just waiting on one person.
How did the Elixia conversation go? Because my computer was off just long enough for the Elixia conversation to
She's
start.
going out dressed as a maid.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, that's why he wanted a maid outfit. I just thought he was quirky like that.
Oh yeah, no, I missed.
Elixia, the only this guy is convinced Elixia to go out after he rolled a fucking nat 1 on his initial attempt because, you know, he convinced her that the best one, that maybe she could go out as an imposter, and then she would, she would be able to go out with calm and ease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
I wish
no
I had
backstory.
I wish I had her other alt.
It's fine.
Yeah, I think Scias will literally just like pop his head in the room and go, yo, maid dress under my pillow when you want to get it. Just to save time.
She's stealing that. She's absolutely doing that.
How scandalous. Scias was seen feeding a maid by the canal, and now he has a dress in his bed.
My God.
How scandalous. I heard that same maid was thrown into the river and fastened to multiple horses.
You must have done something truly egregious.
What people like? What the fuck is going on?
I'll sell you some rumors of the Camellia family. Apparently, Scias was feeding a maid. I don't know which one, though.
I'm colorblind, you see, so I can't really tell you. They're all just various shades of brown.
Do you like the map?
Yeah, it's really good. I like it a lot.
So fucking good.
I'm glad. I drew the trees, and I worked really hard on the inside. It took me like a week, but over the course of a month. Like, it was a week of active work time, but it was like a month and a half of life.
Yeah, I get you.
That's how it be.
Yeah.
That's how maps be, man.
I did the grass.
I used the bathroom.
I'm so proud of you, buddy.
You guys did
Nice.
so good. It looks
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Thank you for laying down the layout and the tiles and stuff, Mask.
Yes.
Fine, that was just working
Map
from
looks-
a thing that already existed.
Map looks very fucking pretty.
Maps.
It's a
This
gorgeous
is the best
map.
fucking map.
Wonderful work.
Okay. Is everybody good and ready?
Yes!
Okay. Let's do this one. So, with this scene, basically, don't get panicked. Varden's going to be talking to a Scias that I will not display immediately for maximum amounts of dramatic effect.
Yeah.
So it's not like something's hidden on the GM layer, etc. That is a visual effect for the mystique. But yes, let me play this song. Let's do this one. You three. You walk towards the Camellia Mansion. You've been called to this place to apparently, like, go through the diplomatic gestures of saying hi to a brand new noble family. It's, tedious, in Setsina's words. She doesn't seem to be particularly thrilled at this, but at your host's insistence, she absolutely stated that you must go, say hi to the family, etc. She sort of follows behind you like, you two, it'll be fine, I swear. Like, they're probably nice. You just need to say hi. That's it.
Yes, I'm actually quite excited. She runs her hand along the wall ever so briefly, and then kind of looks back to the side. Her being excited for something like this is actually a bit unusual, but
okay.
She seems to kind of go around. Frelia, have you ever been out here before?
I haven't. Also, I wasn't invited, so this is where I say goodbye.
No. She grabs your wrist. Come on with us. You have to. You simply must.
I really can't or shouldn't. That would be extremely disrespectful.
Well, that's why you should.
Setsuna looks back to Frelia. It's fine. Come on. It's just, she walks forward and the maids, like, look at her. They both bow and are like, please, come this way. Walks over this way. Frelia's like, no,
See,
really
they've said you should come this way, so you must.
They're being polite.
Exactly, and it would be quite rude to walk away when they've been so polite, yes?
You drag Frelia along, kicking and screaming. The two maids walk in front of you and sort of gesture past the door, which is guarded by two very imposing guards. Let's see. Tia's got this expression on. Swap over to... She's looking at you dead in the face, Cocky.
Oh. She sees, and then she looks at that one again, and then she almost has, like, a face for a moment. And then her face kind of loops back, and she puts on, like, an innocent look, and she's like, goodness, it's so big in here.
Hey, Frelia starts to try to start a conversation with Clover in the corner. Setsuna just walks in without saying anything, rude as hell. Frelia timidly follows behind.
Good evening again, everyone. She steps on forward.
Tia, like, recognizes her and is like, huh. These two move in. Clover peeks her head around the corner and is like, door on the left.
Okay.
Grunts, moves through. You hear a chair screeching across the floor and it's pulled back and sat down, and Frelia just sighs. Oh, what am I doing?
She enters through the door and kind of looks and kind of moves down this way and inspects the door at the right. And kind of peeks on through it and just kind of sees back into the hall ever so slightly and then closes the door. Such a strange custom. She kind of moves over to the side and then takes a seat next to Frelia for a little bit. And if they're sitting here longer than a minute, she's not going to be able to sit down for too much longer.
You guys are going to be sitting there for more than a minute, but yeah, you just tell me what Gaki gets up to as we cut over here. From elsewhere in the mansion, Varden walks ahead of you, Scias. Okay, now I need you to remember. Always make sure to brook no insult. We have to be polite, but at the same time, we have to be firm. In particular, I think people are expecting to be able to boss us around here. So, no matter what, make sure that you establish, for the sake of nobility, that we here, with the Camellia family, we have our own honor, our own respect. We deserve to be taken seriously. I'm counting on you for this. I'll be there with you every step of the way, but you are the heir. It falls to you to convey this sense of urgency in his honest place. I hope I can count on you, Scias. He braces the door and cracks it open for you.
Gaius just sort of nods at him and then takes a few steps in and looks up at the room. Tell me what Gaki is doing.
She's hopped up out of the chair and crawled up on the table and is poking at the candelabra in front of her. And then she kind of stops, turns over to the side, and she has an almost like, look at this facet. And then she kind of sees you and she looks directly at you. And she's actually kind of caught off guard as she just looks directly at,
Scias looks at Gaki and he actually raises up his right hand, his other hand still behind his back. Madam Cinnamon Rollu, I believe your name is correct. So
she goes off the table really quick and then steps up and she moves up and she gives you a curtsy and she looks across. I wore my finest dress today.
Is it the oat t-shirt?
Yeah.
He kind of rubs his chin a little bit. Might I ask, is the seat not to your comfort?
No, not indeed. Is there a bigger seat you could take in?
Perhaps. He turns around and looks over to Lilac. Excuse me. Would there happen to be another seat for that could potentially fit her? According to her, it says our seats in here are too small.
I see. I will see to looking for one.
Thank you very much. He turns around and looks at the rest of the room. Takes a few more steps forward and reaches around this side of the table. I was not expecting to see the current head of the church here, but it is a pleasant surprise nonetheless.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Is it okay if I'm here? I'm sorry if I'm impinging on your generosity. I didn't expect to be invited, but my companions were insistent, she says with a pained smile.
He rubs his chin and then kind of closes his eyes for a moment, thinks, and kind of looks at her. Well, I suppose we could take this as an opportunity to get to know more connections in one place. Killing two birds with one stone, as they would say.
The Gaki kind of looks around. Yeah, no, she's been excellent to us. She's given us some room and board for a day before we ended up finding our own place, and she's been ever so kind, so it was only appropriate that she sit in with us.
Of course. And he looks over to Setsuna. And I believe you are the champion of the Tortoise God, correct?
She nods. Correct.
Very good.
And then offers nothing else.
He gives a bow to all three of you and sits himself straight up again. Well then, I
Frelia
must say,
stands and bows back. Setsuna does not move.
it is a pleasure to meet all three of you. Now then, he pulls out this chair and then takes a seat in it. He's sitting very diligently, more so than normal. And
Knock, knock, knock.
Moving on over, she approaches and then opens the door. Oh, is that my chair?
Yes, please excuse the discourtesy. It is floating around her.
Oh, is that magic? Is that magic?
Yes.
Oh, that's the most interesting thing I've seen so far. How does it work?
I can make things orbit around me.
At this point, freaking Scias actually speaks up. Madam Cinnamon Rollu,
Uh-huh.
if you have gotten your chair, would you please mind taking a seat so we could begin our
Oh, it only
conversation?
just got put down. She moves over and sits down on it, crawling on top of it, and then she sits down cross-legged on the chair and just sort of looks forward.
Thank you very much, Lilac.
Of course.
He looks again, and he places both of his hands down on the table and kind of just holds his two hands together. I must say, thank you very much for joining us today, and I must thank my dear Uncle Varden for arranging this.
He nods slightly.
He thanks for a moment. Now then, why don't we begin the meeting if you don't mind? And he actually he's gonna actually wait for the maids to like kind of set up like a nice tea set.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, Clover's gonna be the one who rolls out with that. Almost immediately, like, it scoots around. These two, their job is to pretty much greet guests like this. This is what they do.
Scias, as they're setting up, is like, I believe if I remember correctly, and do forgive me if I am wrong, folks from Raoji do tend to enjoy their tea time, if I do remember correctly from my studies. I figured it'd be a good way to introduce ourselves to one another. His eyes actually kind of open. He glances over to Gaki. Is something wrong?
I don't like that voice. I suppose there's nothing you can do right now, though. It just sounds so... Your voice was so sing-songy earlier. What happened?
Oh?
It's like you ate a frog, and you're trying to hide it.
He kind of rubs his chin a little. Well, I must apologize if you are feeling upset with my voice. However, something like that cannot currently be changed. You could say that in a way. He kind of raises the hand out. This is a more comfortable tone for me right now. Please do excuse me.
She waves a hand. Pay me no mind.
Varden is adequately fucking incensed. You can sense it from next to you, Scias. He is about to throw these people out. Like, legit, one more infraction, they're gone. You can feel it.
Guys kind of sighs a little, and then he gives you like a nice little quick smile as he senses that. Well, might I ask, how do all three of you enjoy your tea?
Frelia speaks up immediately. It's like, well, I'll take pretty much anything. Where I'm from, mostly we have herbal tea, so anything with like fancy tea leaves in it, I guess, is kind of different and nice. I'm usually used to chamomile and stuff like that, so yeah, the taste is really good. It's different. This is strong. She drinks and starts to shake slightly. The caffeine starting to get her jazzed immediately.
I would be pleasured to drink absolutely anything that was served in front of me.
Ah, that is quite excellent then. I do hope our tea is to your liking. We have I believe a few of the people here are quite enthusiastic about it.
She considers. Yes, something native to Windrose would be excellent.
Oh, native to Windrose, is that so? He thinks to himself a little bit. I'm sure that can be arranged. After all, he reaches his hands out to both sides. We are here.
Moves.
Yeah, he's
Delayed about 10 seconds, suddenly a laugh kind of like comes up. I suppose we are, yes.
he he actually looks across to Frelia for a moment. Actually, now that I realize this, I haven't had the chance to meet you yet, Madam Frelia. Personally, I have met the other two here on a previous occasion on one of my outings. But I don't believe I have had the opportunity to speak with you before.
Frelia sort of sort of shaking slightly, picking up the tension in this scenario. She's like, yeah, I'd meant to come by earlier. My position in the church isn't so great. I expected to get an audience exactly. She scratches her chin, and Varden is the one that actually cuts her off and is like, please, don't sell yourself short. Aren't you technically the Archbishop of the church in town? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. He nods and is like, then you're more than welcome in our humble abode. His eyes open. Don't hesitate to stop by in the future. It's a weird amount of courtesy. Then Setsuna decides to look over at you, Scias, and she's like, To tell you the truth, I've had our last encounter on my mind ever since we had our little race.
Yes. I believe you were able to beat me in that, but I do remember correctly, we were quite close.
She shakes her head and she's like, I was able to beat you because I started by a few paces more than you. I believe we were dead evenly matched, and that has been turning itself over again and again in my mind. I'm curious, what sort of upbringing have you led to enable you to run for that long a period of time and in those conditions? I personally subjected myself to grilling personal training in order to be able to attain my top speed, and yet I was outdone in a day by you. She leans in and looks at her tea. Varden looks over to you, Scias, and literally has no idea what to make of this. He's like, yeah, I don't fucking know.
He seems happy that Setsuna is talking to people.
She would not normally.
Yeah.
She'd let you do all of the talking. And would throw hands if it came down to it.
Gaius kind of thinks about that for a second, then speaks up. Actually, logging into his blue stat, I have to thank my my current retainer and personal guard, Tiara. She is extremely fast, you see, one of the Tsubakis as well. Me and her train on near day in, day out, and one of the training exercises would be just in case of an encounter in which I would happen to be, I don't know, chased around by some bandits or an enemy force mayhaps that's looking to assassinate me for some form of power. We play little games, I suppose, where she chases me down relentlessly and I have to run away at extreme speeds.
It's funny. Your description of this, if he loses his temper at 3, he was here, and then you go on describing your relationship with Tia and it goes down to here. He's ticking down. It's working. She's like, fascinating. So it's the presence of a partner.
Yes.
Where I'm from, we primarily reflect and train in isolation. You exit personal isolation when you've come to your own form of enlightenment and test it against others, but you don't exactly explore or grow alongside them. She, scratches her chin. She's like, well, if it guided you to such heights. She turns and looks at you, Gaki.
Do you need someone to chase you, or do you desire to chase something?
She looks at you with those eyes. You know her answer.
I see. She stops and then takes a sip of tea.
These two have a silent accord.
Gaius kind of raises up one hand to the side. Well, mayhaps we could schedule a bit of a training date where mayhaps you and the Tsubakis could team up for a mutual exercise, and mayhaps Madame Cinnamon Rolu could join as well.
Yes, excellent. And you shall be competing as well?
He thinks about that. Mayhaps I can spectate depending on my duties for the day. Knowing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
From this to 0. Varden's like, yes, excellently done.
He kind of thinks to himself a little bit for a second there. I suppose some more exercises that would be more fitting of my current position, mayhaps be something more akin to the musical aspects, or mayhaps fencing.
Music, fencing. I haven't seen so many of those cultures in practice. It would be positively wonderful.
Yes, he gives you that same I don't know where any of his pogs are in this one, so I have to find them as I go through.
Yeah,
That's it.
you gotta find him fresh. It's a brand new Scias.
Nope, not that one. That's his blush. There it is. He kind of gives the same smile. Yes, it could be a pleasant experience to learn. After all, I'm sure you folks from Raoji certainly do know quite a few things as well that I don't. It'd be quite great to learn.
Oh, you'd like to do some learning, I see. Well, you've chosen no better person to speak to than the great living library. She takes a sip. That's what they call me.
Oh.
She says, it's a bit egregious. I'm not a library, I'm a person. I just know a library's worth of contents. A bit ill-fitting, don't you think?
He kind of thinks to himself, well, you know what they say, don't judge a book by their cover, correct?
Oh, I've not heard that before.
Yes, he kind of says, you'd be surprised, a great deal of people from here use it. He looks at her for a second, though I must ask, what kind of great forbidden informations might you hold?
Ooh, would you like to share?
Mayhaps, depends on what you have to say.
Oh, well, she kind of considers that. I have many accords from back during the oldest times of Raoji. I read through them. Preserved and can't be moved from the library, but can be spoken via oratory exchange. She kind of looks over to you, takes another sip of the next teacup that's delivered to her, as she kind of turns over. If we're going to exchange martial prowess, we should also exchange our knowledge, don't you agree?
I suppose so.
Oh, excellent. In which case, I would gladly share some details from Raoji to you. If, she says this, and then a punctuated note, you would allow me to look at some of your libraries?
I suppose that could be arranged.
Oh, excellent. She takes a sip of the tea, and, well then, she kind of thinks a bit. And how many libraries would I have purview to? If it is a book on your shelf, would I be able to gaze on it?
Oh, I suppose so. I don't mind that. He kind of thinks to himself. She
kind of nods her head.
We have one library here in the mansion. However, we do have a series of personal libraries. With specific permission from every member's personal library, we may be able to show you a thing or two from those as well.
I shall take that word as given by, she kind of checks over, the future head of the family.
Yes.
She kind of thinks about that. We shall share notes then. She kind of considers that, and she sort of seems pleased by something, and then just takes a sip of tea. She kind of turns her attention away from Scias for just a moment, and kind of turns over to Varden and gains a bit of, like, a side eye at him to see how his response is.
His expression sort of like opens with a slight sigh. That is, you get the feeling everything that Scias said is technically within his purview, and he's more than within his rights to do it. While not a call he'd make personally himself, he still has no grounds to contradict him, and it appears like his mood hasn't soured at all as a result.
Gaki seems pleased. She turns her attention back to Scias and doesn't really push anymore, but instead just starts watching you.
He allows her to just watch him.
Then Setsuna gets straight to the point, and she finally leans in and she goes, well, I'll be the first to admit I'm not very good or interested in these noble engagements. I spent some time in the courts in Rauji, and I found my time there to be insufferable and stifling. She leans in. You feel this one getting pissed off again, slightly. As she leans in, she looks at you, Scias. I'm here for one simple reason. This family swears its allegiance to the Twin Foxes. I need to know if you're going to be a problem for us in the future.
He thinks about that for a few moments, and he raises up a bit of a hand. Well, I suppose I could ask you the same, but to reassure you, he looks at he looks at Setsuna straight in the eyes. While old flames might burn extremely bright and extremely dangerously, might I say, I'd say new flames have plenty of time to be tempered in such a way that they don't have to cause any harm. Old rivalries or pains, I feel, need not have any weight on modern talks or conversations or relationships.
Oh, give me a roll to do. Add your bonus.
Add
your bonus to convince that you're not a diplomatic enemy.
Hopefully I roll that one again. Imagine, that'd be hilarious.
That'd be fucking whack. Oh. Okay, let me roll. Okay. God, she rolled so bad.
Wow.
Okay, even with the +8, she goes quiet and, like, just nods. I similarly will not be held down entirely by the past. Allegiances and enemies of old are just that. Not something I've seen within my lifetime. So I had to go and make sure that you weren't holding similar grudges. Sorry if I've been rude. Her body physically relaxes, and you, Scias, it feels like with that last speech, you picked it up for a second. Just the faintest hint of, approving smile. Back to neutral almost immediately. And Setsuna sort of exhales and is like, well, in that case, I believe I've already taken plenty of your time. If you wish to call on us, we'll be at the church. Come on, Frelia, Gaki. She stands up, and Varden's like, I feel at this point, I should state it's impolite for you to dismiss yourselves, but just the same, this feels like a convenient point to cut it off.
Scias gets up from his seat and he bows again. Thank you very much for offering us all your time.
Yes.
After all, such a thing is quite valuable.
Of course, of course. Oh, may I impose one question and perhaps a request for our generous hosts?
Oh, and what would that be?
May you arrange a cart for us?
He thinks to himself for a moment. I suppose such a thing could be arranged, yes. Albeit you do live very close by.
Oh no, of course. We will not be returning so close. After all, it'll be quite a long line to your library at the main mansion.
I see. Very well. He kind of laughs about that. Yes, I'll see to it that you can get something like that arranged.
Thank you kindly.
He looks over to Frelia.
Frelia just sits there for a second.
Hold now. She kind of steps up. Frelia.
Yeah?
Aren't you neighbors?
Yeah.
She kind of seems a little, like, torn up by this. It would be quite rude not to receive a nice gift. You're just as important. You're more important than me, actually.
The hospitality was gift enough.
Oh, no. Hospitality was my gift. I dragged you in here. It would be rude for them to leave without giving you something of their own, correct?
Varden meter rises.
Yeah, the Varden meter is definitely.
We're on our way out. Who gives a shit?
Lilac's like, uh-oh.
Scias,
shooting you a glance. Scias like, do you want me to go get something?
Scias actually gives like a light another light smile at that, and then goes back to his normal face. Why, I suppose you must be right. We are the one who asked for your time, albeit you were an unexpected guest. He thinks to himself for a moment, and he actually raises up a hand. Ah, I know, actually, we can do something such as this. Give me a moment. He walks, he actually walks out this way and then cracks the door open, reaches around. He's actually gonna pick off a petal from this right here, and he is going to use his transmutation magic to attempt to almost crystallize it and reshape it into the form of a flowery dragon.
Ah, excellent. You get motherfuckered, you motherfucker right back.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah,
Give me a roll to do.
I'm gonna give you a roll. Two.
Don't
Roll
fail.
that one again.
You can do it. You can do it.
You can do it! You did it! That's pretty good, actually. Yeah, no, it's great.
He reaches down. He actually bows a little as he hands Frelia the crystallized dragon. He speaks up. I believe, as they said, while your blooming god may be dead, does not mean that his will and message is not dead with him. I suppose such things like this are still important, correct?
She smiles at them. It's like, whoa, yeah, thank you. She bows.
It was so wonderful. A combination of Raujin and Windrosy culture in one family, and they honor all gods. So beautiful, so wonderful. She kind of bows and kind of just seems very pleased, and she's like, hey, let's talk later, okay?
he kind of just smiles at that and gives her a nod as she heads out.
Verdon, as you brace the door open, Gaki, you hear a call from across the room. He's like, well, you said you wish to receive a gift, correct?
Oh boy.
He it's funny. It's rare to see Varden in this kind of a mood, and for a second, Scias, you feel like you can hear what Lilac was saying earlier. Varden's in a good mood today. He looks across the room and is like, well, Clover, tell them to bring one of Peony's new investments out front for them.
Ah, good. Make sure you get
sure
the most sopping wet one you have.
I'm sure they would be delighted to carry away one of her most recent expenditures. Clover, I see. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Oh,
and Gaki, 10 minutes later.
Oh, she's so excited.
10 minutes later. Hold on. Let me move some maids around. It's very important. Oh my god. Frelia out here. Scias, you get to watch from the door as this shit happens.
As Clover's getting that, as Frelia exits the house, Hydrangea places a neatly wrapped package of the leftover cookies from the table into her hands.
Oh, thank you.
Just smiles and bows.
Scias, you sit and watch as the gift is prepared. Varden and Lilac wait back inside, but you sense no small amount of delight as someone furiously drags forward a waterlogged horse from the water, while someone is attached to the back of it, holding on for dear life.
Look at it! Look at this! She kind of looks.
No, they didn't pay for it. My 30,000 fall.
She kind of moves up. Beautiful, beautiful, a free horse.
No, it's not free. It's worth 30,000 vol.
Free horse worth 30,000 vol. We could sell this and become rich.
You have no right.
Look, just consider this a small investment. You give out one horse for free, maybe they'll get addicted or something and you could sell more. Yeah, there you go.
Nobody gets addicted to horses, Titan.
Frelia, come ride the horse.
I don't, it's very wet.
Here, I can give you a hand up.
That's how you know it's fresh.
Don't worry about it. Setsuna hefts it over her shoulder and just carries it.
Peony's weeping.
There's been many losses.
Thank you very much for your hospitality. Setsuna bows. And Horde bows with her. Yaki, do you want to climb on top?
Yes, but can I?
Huh?
You asked if I wanted to. The answer is yes, but can I?
Are you challenging me or challenging yourself?
She kind of thinks more you.
Setsuna starts sprinting with the horse and Frillia's like, oh, hold on.
That was my
didn't even
favorite
get on
one.
yet. She starts running this way.
They all wind up exiting. Down here, Varden's like, you handled yourself exceptionally well back there.
Thank you. He turns around, kind of lets out a light sigh.
Lilac is behind him, and she's making this facial expression, trying to cue you in that he's in a good mood.
He is smiling.
He is smiling. He is not smiling. Well,
On the inside.
He pulls out a pocket watch and checks the time. J-Man, roll me a 1d4 now.
You got it. Oh boy, I hope I followed up that conversation with a conversation with someone like Alistair Blackwood.
Yeah, that'd be wacky. 4. It's time to go lay flowers in the graveyard. She almost immediately speaks up and is like, I think it's about time for us to head to the graveyard, correct?
Yes, I believe so. Isn't that right, Uncle Varden?
Punctual as always, yes. He nods. I wish you both the best of luck. Good luck, Tiara. Thanks. Sort of like moves over here and she kind of low-key grabs your arm and then exits the building.
Yeah, he lets her drag him, honestly.
Whew, how are you doing?
Well, if I'm being honest, I'm a little tired right now, but you know.
Well, this'll be nice and relaxing, I hope. All we're doing is throwing down some flowers. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in the room with you.
Oh, it's fine. Can always be by my side, he says, not realizing the dagger he just pointed.
Tia, pain. She shakes her head and she's like, yeah, I guess that's the case. Well, come on, let's go. What happened to you three? She says, looking at the pile of maids out here.
Oh, nothing. It's fine.
Oh, you're all soaking wet. What the hell?
Only with sweat, because we're working so hard.
Of course, Master Tia, might I interest you in a wonderful business opportunity?
Don't start with the Master Tia thing. She drags you to your feet.
Of course, I would never call you Master because I expect you to be my partner.
I'm the same rank as you, functionally. Cut that out.
Rank does not matter when it comes to making money.
I heard earlier that you acquired a large number of horses that somehow wound up in the canal. Do you know anything about that? That's so weird.
It's so weird how something like that could happen.
Yeah. I heard also you interrupted Scias on his very busy day to make you feed him lunch? Or did I get it backwards? Did he feed you?
I must be going.
Well, turns around and in actually a haze, like is like, oh, sorry about that. Yeah, let's go to the graveyard.
I didn't know Tia was a snitch.
He kind of looks back at the maids. This would be a very busy day for them, honestly.
Don't believe her lies, Tiger Lily.
I think every day is very busy for them. She says with an angelic smile.
Enjoying these
You
new
too.
Tia Pugs.
Yes, I love them so much.
Tia and Callaway got a bunch of new pogs.
Yeah, they come down to... You wind up coming to the graveyard with a big bundle of flowers. Tia helps you pick out which ones are best, more or less. Like, she has her own tastes, and if any are left over, she's going to eat them.
Of course. That is her right as the Tsubaki Knight.
Yes.
Gaius just slowly kind of walks down the stairs to the graveyard.
So I have to ask something. As you leave the mansion, Tia's attitude relaxes visibly, and she walks with less of a purposeful, carried air and slouches more and, like, more walks along and speaks frankly. How does Scias act? Ah.
I don't think he is as uptight as he was during the meeting while Vardant was around, but I think as part of him is still, like,
On that, yeah.
on that, because the issue is that you never know who's watching, and if anybody hears it from Vardant's ear, this guy is slacked off while fucking laying flowers on graves, he's gonna fucking stab him.
Yeah, it's true. You come out into the graveyard and you look around at this very somber place. It's yeah, this place has an air to it. Tia sort of like casts her gaze around and is like, well, I guess we just start.
Yes, he takes a few steps out and like glances over at the craters and the other craters surrounded by delinquencies.
Yeah, there's a bunch of delinquents crouching in the graveyard, like they do. They're all squatting.
Well, I certainly seems like a bulldozer has run through here.
Yeah. Do you want me to tackle one half, you tackle the other, or should... You know what? Let's do this together.
Yes. How about we start over here, the part that's not absolutely annihilated.
Start to walk through.
Yeah, I think they just sort of like lay down flowers on each grave, sort of slowly. I think he does take time to read a few of the graves, but like, you know, a lot of these are 1 week war graves, so now all of them are completely marked, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, a lot of them are kind of vague. You move through. What's Sky's roll to die for me and tell me how you're feeling.
Drop if he has swing active. Nope. Okay. Die. You know what? He is actually feeling pretty decent right now. I think he is currently enjoying the air around him, but also it's like weird where he's clearly like looking around and kind of getting a lay of the land, and he's sort of like has like 1,000 like different like things popping off in his brain at once right now, you know?
Yeah.
And he's laying down flowers and continuing and keeps going. So, how's your day been, Tia?
It's been kind of normal. A little active. I think everybody around the house was worried about all those guests coming over. For example, that last group that you talked to. It's rare for us to host a Rajin champion. They very rarely leave the country, so I think that might have been a family first. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Elixia.
Oh, so he is the expert on that. He starts heading down this way, and he just curves around this tree, not to like walk between the graves and whatnot.
No.
That's disrespectful.
That is. He's very proper about this. She sort of shrugs though. But other than that, things have been about as active as always. Like, we've been preparing for the potluck and everything, but she laughs and shrugs.
He thinks so. Oh yes, I should probably bring something for that.
I think it's okay. I can make something in your stead if you really want.
We'll see. Depends if I find anything or not. He places down another flower on here, and then continues going along, taking note of these like little wisps around.
Yeah. You notice the little wisps floating through the graveyard. They seem to hang pretty heavily in this place, almost conveying a certain somber emotion to the area that extends beyond it being a war graveyard.
Yeah, he continues laying down flowers, walking by Tia. He isn't talking too much, you know?
Yeah.
But he is laying them down. How far into the flower basket do you think they are?
You're about halfway through, and you look across, and you see a man is already here laying flowers at a grave.
Yeah, Scias walks around the grave and, speaks up. Oh, hello.
Let's see how we're doing today. Roll a die, please, sir. Please, sir. Oh, I think.
Oh, he has the old character sheet?
Yeah, probably so.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, there we go. Let's see. Okay, so I think you approach, and he just kind of turns over, and he just got like a stoic-looking expression. Yeah.
Are you visiting someone today?
Yes.
Do you mind if I ask who?
He kind of looks down at the grave, and sort of. Taka Kawamori.
I see.
He kind of looks, but it's empty anyways.
Ah,
He sort of leaves the flowers down, and he kind of, a lot of these are empty. He kind of, turns over. You leaving flowers?
that's correct, yes.
He kind of, thinks about that a little bit, looks you up and down, and it looks like he's about to say something, but it seems like something in his mood and something about the attitude of where he is today. He just sort of lets it slide. He gives you that kind of like, who the hell are you? Kind of sizing up look. He looks behind, looks at the person behind you.
You've seen her around.
Yeah. Said something about a potluck later.
Yes, the 13th Ward will be hosting a potluck later tonight, I believe. Are you intending on going?
He kind of sighs. Got no choice.
Oh, I see. Do you have a particular person who's dragging you along?
Yoshihara no Kazu, unfortunately.
Ah,
He kind of steps over to the side.
I happen to
You're
be
his
an
new
acquaintance
called
of
upon.
his.
He kind of like, right, yeah. Well, he kind of goes over and he rears up and kind of sizing over, he looks at you and he just gives you 2 pats on the shoulders. Well, good luck with him, buddy. And he turns around and just kind of starts leaving.
Huh, wonder what he means by that.
What a nice young man.
Oh.
That's Tia code for.
Oh God.
His eyes kind of open a bit. Well, I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it. After all,
not.
this is a graveyard. After all, lots of emotions can run rampant here.
You say that as you listen over here in the corner.
Didn't even see
Here's
them.
all-
Jesus Christ.
Lots of emotions can run rampant over here. Listen, part of my brain is just going Julia's tear voice. So anyway, this is where my parents are buried, Karsh. Cowabummer!
Oh my God.
That's not what's happening, but God, I'm like,
Oh.
I'm gonna do it. And then at the last second, I'm like, no. Julius Tear lays some flowers on this grave and like sort of like turns around and is like, is this good? Is this adequate? Yeah, I think it'll do. Walk. Looks back to Briggs and is just like, oh, right, yes. These people, he just sort of like snaps and points. Old members of the Tide.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
We didn't. One of our greatest accomplishments was we never lost anyone on the field of battle, but that will not stop disease from running its course, which is very sad. Tear says walking along. Kar's like, yeah. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of the. Hey, yeah. Pointing over there, and Tear's like, oh, Well, he starts walking up in this direction, seeing you, and is like, well, if it isn't the, captain of the Tsubaki Knights, as well as, looks at you, Scias. Tyr's gonna roll to recognize you.
He rolled bad.
Tyr's stupid! I don't believe we've been acquainted!
Oh no, the Tia. Sky is just kind of. Yep. Sky is. Oh, whoops! I hit a random side button. Sky is just kind of gives a bit of a light smile. Ah, hello. I believe your name is Julius Tyr, correct?
Yes, it is. Are you another Tsubaki Knight?
He speaks up, raises up a hand. No, not at all. In fact, I am the up-and-coming heir for the Camellia family. Hello. He takes a step forward and reaches out a hand. My name is Skyfall Camellia. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Tyr, roll to die. No, we're gonna roll to do to put 2 and 2 together. That the person that you met the other day. It's like
That's like above average.
That's like above average. That's pretty
above
not
average.
bad.
Can I roll contest versus that for fun?
Yeah, you can.
It will
yeah,
also
yeah,
be wild.
Roll on that one.
Yeah. All right. This will be wild.
Just roll wild. Just roll wild. yo, suck. I love this. Tyr's like, well, where are my manners? I didn't realize I was meeting the heir tonight. He does not recognize you. Clear as day, he doesn't recognize you.
In order to be a respectful person, will play along with Tyr as to not embarrass the current acting Tide Master, no matter how much a dingo is getting very pissed off behind us.
You notice, actually, as soon as you're done shaking his hand, this guy next to him kind of jabs him in the ribs with his elbow a little bit.
What? Ow, what?
Shush. Boss man.
Yes.
You're like kind of embarrassing me in front of my girlfriend right now.
How? Also, what? I didn't realize you were dating. Congratulations.
What? Yeah. Don't make a big deal out of it. Look at her. Look at her. She's clearly pissed, dude.
I'm gonna make a big deal out of it because I'm proud of you.
Oh, bye.
No, I mean not right now, but like yes, at some point, I suppose.
Fury. Gross.
Boss man, you're really. Oh god.
But wait, how am I? I thought I was being perfectly respectful.
Tyr, roll to do again.
Yeah, no, still not beating that 15.
I don't know, dude. You're doing something. She's fucking pissed.
How can you tell? The aura around her is killing the flowers.
Well, he says...
We know each other pretty well, I think. He says that is not how he can tell.
Gaius just kind of smiles a bit. Well, I suppose this has been a absolutely wonderful, opportune meeting. He looks over at Tyr, then kind of glances over at Karsham Briggs. I certainly appreciate the work you all have been doing for the city, especially with now that I've recently learned about the issue with the supernatural.
Oh, well, I'm glad you've taken notice of our efforts. I similarly have heard that the Camellia's own integration into the city has been going relatively well, due in no small part to the efforts of your intrepid captain over there. He says with a nod, and Tia just is like, Tia's expression is like a, yeah, okay, sure, fine. Like, once it passed, like, sure, slightly charming, fine.
She like lets out a sigh of relief, like, okay, thank God. Briggs gives like Tyr like a nudge, and he gives him like a thumbs up, like a yeah, you did it.
Every time you nudge Tyr, I hate this. I hate that he does this, but he does. Every time you nudge Tyr, specifically in the ribs, he borderline jumps.
I think it's like definitely like arm, just like just tap, and he's like, you're so jumpy.
Tyr's so fucking jumpy, it's unreal.
Scias kind of thinks to himself for a moment. Oh, I do have to ask, actually, if you don't mind. If I remember correctly, I believe, my cousin Elixia is currently seeing one of your members.
Yes, she's been coming over and, forgive me, I don't know the proper nomenclature. She's been calling on our, Captain of the Tide. And, she's been, honestly, yeah, she's been great. Everybody loves her over there. Like,
She's really nice.
she knows a lot of things. If we ever need the answer to something, she's just got it. So, like, yeah, I'll admit, she hasn't been spending very much time with the Tide Captain. Yeah, because she's been spending more time with us. Yes,
I
that's been
see.
mostly the case.
He kind of, his expression goes back to normal for a sec. Well, I certainly hope that she has been treating you all well, and that you all have been treating her well. And when you, when he says that last bit, you actually feel, like, malice intent review.
Yeah! Tyr's like, Tyr, oh boy, Tyr, we're gonna unwound that yellow, and Tyr is gonna see genuinely how he feels. Oh, okay. Yeah, Tyr just goes, he sort of like tips his head and he's like, to some extent, the tide is full of a bunch of, rowdy monster hunters and now exorcists from far and wide. I kind of worry about our ability to ingratiate anyone to our company, but, she's been getting along well, genuinely. I think we provide a safe environment to poke and prod at all of the people who have come from afar. Karsh is practically stuck to her. Yep.
I see.
Tyr gets like a genuinely kind of soft expression. It seems like he isn't lying about this.
Well, I hope that your relationship continues to be a positive one. He, he gives a light smile for a moment. His expression shifts back again. Oh, if you don't mind me asking, there's been a lot of word of a potluck happening in the 13th Ward later. Will you and the Tide be joining that?
Yes, I personally will be there.
I see. Excellent. Well then, I hope to see you there later as well. Julius Tyr.
He sort of like bows back to you. And it seems like, to some extent, you managed to noble Julius Tyr, which is kind of shocking, all things considered. It seemed actually more effective than talking to him like a human.
Yeah. Nobility preserved.
Nobility preserved. Tia, like, sort of smiles and waves at Briggs.
Briggs waves back.
Karsh does the, like, oh, you're waving at me. Waves to Tia, and Tia's like, yeah. Waves back to Karsh. Tira's like, I don't think it's polite of you to wave.
Briggs like, shh, she's allowed to wave at me.
These two, like, move off in this direction. It's like, well, I'm a little upset he didn't recognize you, but I guess all's well that ends well.
This guy is kind of just, smiles a bit. Well, he's, look, how do I say this in a nice way? He seems like a bit of an airhead, is the way I describe it.
You don't have to say it in a nice way, it's fine. She just smiles and laughs as you guys start fucking walking out.
Yeah, if you imagine they, like, make the rounds, place the rest of the flowers down and things like that, and then continue along their merry way.
You continue along your merry way. Roll me 1d3.
You got it. Oh boy, let's see who's coming along. 3.
Oh,
I think I know.
Oh, it's date time.
Date time.
Oh boy.
We want to call another break. It's that
yeah.
one.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Get a basketball dunked here into the canal. Tyr, you suck so much, but you also don't.
It's just like, you know.
I'm at war with Julius Tyr.
I love how Tyr, like, Briggs genuinely is like, okay, bossman, we gotta be cool. And then Tyr starts doing like
Tear?
being fine, and then T is getting pissed off in the background, and Briggs is like, "Fuck, what's he doing wrong? I don't know. Stop it!
Just stop talking. Please stop talking.
Oh. He just.
Keep going. I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. No, this is great. No, this is great. Like, this is awesome. And Briggs is like, shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Not in front of her.
No, it's cool.
Yeah.
Tell me this later.
Be proud of me in like 10 minutes.
Oh my god. Okay, let me set everything up. God, Noble Scias has a different energy. I love it.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I also will be right back.
Okay,
I'm
Scias.
full of suffering.
Everyone's dying.
But
Yes.
no.
Yes.
But no.
Hello.
Hello.
Can
Hello, Jimbo.
Can you send us back to the checklist screen, please?
Yes. Yeah.
I'd like to take a look at what my remaining tasks
What
are.
your remaining tasks are before the potluck.
Hell.
Before hell. Go over here. Scias tasks.
Alright, let's see. Okay. Checked off 2 of these. Gotta go on a date next, then we... And
Yeah.
it's a dice roll to see what hell I go into afterward. All of these are hell.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all hell. For the record, taking Tia to the graveyard was objectively the best choice for her. That was the best place to place her, specifically. She was going to be useless on the date.
Yeah, I knew.
I fucking love that.
I sat there, I'm like, Tia's gonna be useless there.
She's like, excuse me? Fucking excuse me? Bless Roma for the new Tia Pogs to communicate exactly the level of fury she is attaining.
Fine.
And Julius Tier opens his stupid fucking mouth. I'm gonna pour myself a little more coffee.
I love it. It's great.
Guys, dodging Varden's rage.
Yeah. And dodging Tyr recognizing him.
Yeah, it's fine. If Tyr recognized him, I think that situation would have gotten way more awkward.
Hmm. Yeah.
Julius Tyr is Julius Tyr.
But now, when he recognizes, he'll be like, oh.
Oh, shit. I'm stupid. Fine, guys, let's go. He has a twin brother or some shit, and Tyr will never believe it.
Oh, God, dude, please. Jesus, that's
I
great.
can't wait for the day that Cassius sees Noble Scias and goes, "Wow, Scias looks so good in that outfit." And then Tyr will go, "Huh?" And Cassius will be like, "Yeah, don't you think he looks good in that? It looks better. I think the cool cape looks like kind of. Well, no, he looks good in both the cape and the little cool vest."
There is a 30% chance that Tyr will put it together, and a 70% chance that Tyr will just be like, "Yeah, I guess he does," and then not think about it any further. And just be like, "I'm gonna throw all that information
Yeah.
In the dumpster.
in the dumpster."
I'm Julius Tyr, and I don't listen to anyone.
I don't have to. I'm strong.
I'm the fucking strong.
I'm so powerful. I just don't have to.
I'm yoked out, as they say.
I'm so
What
ripped.
if you did listen to me, actually?
I do listen to you.
You just said you didn't.
I don't listen to information, but you're not information. You're Cassius.
You know, in a way, I guess that is a compliment. In the Julius Tyr way, that is a compliment.
Yeah.
He sees you as a person.
He sees you as a person. Congratulations.
You're a
I
person.
hate how much that works for him.
Yeah, I hate that it works for Cassius too.
I
I'm
remember a while back I asked, I was like, yo, what date route would piss off the Camellias more if Scias dated blank character? And the immediate answer was Cassius, so it's
yeah,
fucking ruined the world.
yeah.
Wait, Cassius and Scias is the thing that would piss the Camellias off the most?
Yeah,
It
probably.
would cause the most drama because
Oh, Cassius isn't a noble.
nobody knows who Cassius is. He literally came out of nowhere. Because he's got the amnesia and like what?
Clearly, he's an assassin planted to kill the heir.
That's exactly the type of shit. Yeah, no, it caused all sorts of drama. It'd be great.
What do you mean? He's clearly the Prince of Indigo.
No.
This is clearly a fake identity made just for this explicit purpose.
Yeah.
Because Cassius is a master assassin.
Okay.
So much that he can erase his own memory.
Wow, the power.
Wow, the power, the ultimate sleeper agent.
He's just
The
like Eden of the
sleepiest.
East.
Yeah, it sure is.
Let's go on a date just to piss them off. It'll be funny.
Yeah,
It
good.
will be.
Yeah. Like,
I mean,
uh,
you were lucky that Vardet wasn't around when we were in the Yowie trap.
Oh my god, the
yeah.
Yowie trap. I forgot about the
In
Yowie trap.
Seely's Yowie prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cassius and Scias got put in a Yowie trap, and they were like 2 seconds away from like the anime trope of the guy falling in the boobs, but it's Scias and Cassius. That just barely didn't happen.
It is the when Seely origamied the two arms together.
You were there, Baez.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard it described as Yowie trap before, and I was like, what the fuck?
Let me grab
Dealey's
one more.
traps are dangerous.
I think that's
Gets
fine.
you disowned from your family.
Yeah.
truly.
Oh boy. Okay. Who needs to be here for this? Me, Roma, Mask, J-Man. That's it? Okay, cool. You come into the location of your date alongside, it sucks that you have to do this. You walk with
God.
Varden and a line of maids.
Guy is kind of, thinks to himself a little bit. Well, I'm not exactly sure if there will be enough room on individual tables for all of us.
Yes, it is rather mortifying, isn't it? He sort of like walks up to the door and is like, okay, I'm going to be honest. I will find somewhere else in the restaurant to be. You just enjoy your date. I will otherwise preoccupy myself. Would you like to take one of these three along with you?
He actually, I'm gonna roll the die for him.
Yeah.
Drops
Who's your starter?
the die.
Pick your Pokemon starter.
Fuck, what does this mean? Scias, turns around and he's like, how about this? All three of you can watch from a distance, I suppose, and if I need you, I'll make some kind of signal. He thinks to himself for a little bit. How about this? What if I reach my hand under the table and make an okay hand sign?
And are we to walk up as your maid, or are we to walk up as a stranger who is greeting you?
How about a stranger who's greeting me? That might apply a little bit of a more even playing field. I've heard that the date culture here is quite dangerous.
Nods.
They all nod. Varden's like, well, I hope you enjoy yourself. I will be availing myself of this table over here. He sits down.
Varden watching from the window with his binoculars and newspaper.
Soccer glasses.
Clover is like, well, in that case, please allow us to go in first.
Of course. Waits
Walk,
for
walk.
them.
Gets a table.
My mouse is dying.
Oh no.
Walk, walk, walk. They sit at the table in the corner.
Gaius walks up here, and he requests a table. I'm just gonna say it's this one.
Oh, Scias Camellia, of course. I believe your partner for the evening is already, and time seems to stop as you look across at the person lifting a mug of drink to their lips, makes eye contact with you, and you both just freeze.
Gaius stares brain wrenches a little bit. Where do I remember this guy from? Flashbacks to fucking of being chased around by 10 dudes with guns and baseball bats, and he just kind of sits there and sweats a little and then goes back to normal. Oh, walks up, pulls out the seat, sits down, looks across at him. So, I believe your name
They both immediately start to speak and then just shut down. And he's like, my name is Prismane Iris. My most distinguishing characteristic is the fact that I have a face that many people see many places.
I see. And he extends out a hand. My name is Scias Camellia. My most distinguishing factor is that I have a face that nobody sees anywhere, no matter how much they say they do.
I see. Then we are two peas in a pod if the pod was not shared by the peas.
He shakes Prismane's hand, kind of just sits there for a little bit. Waiter comes up. I'll have a coffee, please.
Yeah, say coffee.
Right away.
Prismane already has a coffee on the table. It's funny. It's like you got a read of this dude immediately. He seemed very stoic and serious, and then the second there was a mutual acknowledgement of, "Hey, I know you," and "Hey, I know you," he's just like, "Oh, I guess we're brushing past that," but he's still clearly very preoccupied.
Scias looks across at him, trying to find a way to change the subject. He kind of thinks to himself, so, if you don't mind me asking, I believe you are the current head of the Iris family, correct?
Yes, I am the head of the Iris family. I handle mostly I handle imports to the city. I hear that your family has a fascination with artifacts, and while most of them are contraband, he says with a very knowing look, I have within my stock a good selection of potentially interesting artifacts that your family might be interested in.
Oh, I see. That's very good.
I also do business with a wide variety of merchants who, if you go past the Flag District, you will find a few of them actually. Kumo, Lilimora, they're both exceptionally talented individuals who have deigned to work with us on occasion. So, if you bring my name up, they'll probably provide you a discount.
Well, I'll be sure to keep that in mind. His eyes open a bit as he looks up and down at Prismane. Also, if you don't mind me asking though, why exactly is the current head of the Iris family looking for suitors? That feels like a thing that would mostly happen if you're, I don't know, second in line and you still have someone above you. Someone who wants to arrange these type of things for you.
Prismane, how you... Oh, that one, okay. He leans in and he goes, I must fully confess. Normally I would not directly seek out suitors. In fact, I would insist that you be called to our mansion because we have a room specifically that exists for rejecting suitors.
Oh, I see.
He shakes his head and he's like, no, I was curious primarily in meeting the esteemed Camellia family, and especially their heir. I had a suspicion that they were an interesting group of individuals, but I have to say, this surprised even me. He says, looking at you with a
Scias.
look.
Scias smiles a bit. Oh, what's so surprising? As far as I know, this is our first meeting. After all, we just greeted each other. Thank you very much for the coffee.
Refills Prismane's mostly full mug.
Scias
And
takes a
bread
drink.
rolls while you figure out your order.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
I will have the I'll have the chicken actually. I'm good. I think I'm ready.
And you, sir?
I think I'll be good. I have arrangements for later.
Yeah. He leans in and he's like, well, between you and me, the reputation of the Camellia family, particularly throughout the area, is a mixture of positive and negative. Mostly, people in Indigo right now are deeply afraid of the concept of another noble family coming back in and causing the same amount of forgive the crassness, totalitarian bullshit that the Marigold family pulled in the past. However, no one is quite sure of what to make of their intentions. There have been a wide number of theories put forth about what your exact goals are here. But I thought for the first time, why not exercise my right as a nobleman to see if I could go on one of these arranged marriage dates. And shockingly, it worked. He's just sort of saluting you with a cup of coffee.
Scias, kind of just his face kind of straightens back. Well, you'd be surprised about all the things you might get if you just ask nicely for them. He also salutes with a cup of coffee.
He sort of like leans and is like, so, I was curious what type of person the heir was, and I think I have a reasonable first impression. However, I was honestly going to leave it there. To tell you the truth, I thought that getting a measure of your character would be enough, but after speaking to you for the first time here, I find that you are, in fact, more interesting than I originally suspected. He says, sort of like laughing and chuckling along.
Ah, I see. Well, I certainly appreciate the compliment nonetheless. He kind of he kind of takes a sip of the coffee and puts it back down on the table. As for the Camellia intentions, and why they came to this city, he thinks to himself, well, first off, it might be because I asked.
Oh, this was your plan.
Yes, I tossed out a nice little suggestion that we could all come by and explore the University of Indigo. Might be a good time to branch out, finally spread our wings out from the other parts of Windrose and see more things with modernity, I believe the word is.
Well, then I must ask, if this family is led by your intention, what is your intention? Are you simply sightseers intending to see the university as a whole, or do you want something for yourself? Is your goal, say, money, fame, fortune, prestige?
He thinks about that for a little bit. Well, if you were to ask the current head of the family, I believe the answer would be reignite old friendships, maybe? He takes a sip. If you ask me, I more or less just wanted to see a bit more of the world, explore a bit. Oh, maybe making a few new friends here and there. You never know, after all. The more you explore of the world, the more interesting things you find in
it. Yes, a keen nose and a curious eye would lead you to all sorts of fascinating places. Prismane's, like, I don't know how to describe Prismane's overall attitude. He's very jovial and jokey, but as he talks, he reveals those lines of sharp teeth.
Yeah.
And, like, you can tell he's genuinely enjoying this conversation a lot. He shakes his head and is like, well, in that case, perhaps I could give you a list of all the most interesting places in this city as I know them.
Oh, I'd very much appreciate that.
Prismane, see how you're feeling right now. Prismane is still feeling like this. He clearly has like an MO behind this suggestion, but he shifts around in his pockets and like fires through it really quick and actually like leans over and extends it across the table to you, Scias. Now, this information was recently shared with the public as a whole. However, it was quickly brought under lock and key again for reasons that I am not entirely sure of. After all, information once freely given should be freely shared amidst the public. He slides it forwards to you. This is a map of all the tunnel systems that exist beneath the city of Indigo. He sort of resets in the chair, sliding backwards. A month ago, you could find this information on the streets very easily, but RNA has done a phenomenal job in cleaning up these entrances and exits so that it is information privy only to them.
I see, and you're so willingly able to give this out?
He nods. After all, they were our tunnels once.
I see. It must be quite bitter. You must feel quite bitter having lost them.
he shrugs. It's like, oh, I am not one to hold a grudge. He says with a big smile on his face.
Don't believe that for a fucking second.
oh, give me a roll to do, Scias.
I'm gonna roll the die first and fucking.
Yeah, no. See, tell me how Scias is feeling about all of this.
Oh boy, Scias is wanting right now to just fucking like drill into this person. Like really drill in. I'm gonna
excellent
roll to 2 additional d6s.
Oh! Prismane will clash with this. No! So, your read of Prismane is immediately, he says, oh, I don't hold grudges. You get the feeling he's telling the truth about this. Prismane Iris does not hold grudges because he gets even very quickly. Prismane doesn't let things stand. If he's upset with you, you get the feeling that you know, which for your high roll, I'm gonna flip around actually. And you get the sense that what happened the other day in the gambling den isn't something he's actively upset about. He's just fucking curious. He wants to know what the fuck you were doing there. So he sort of like relaxes back and is like, so, if you're ever looking for an interesting place, perhaps I could recommend any of the old smugglers' hideouts. They still exist beneath the city, but as far as I and Delar are concerned, they're now public property. Perhaps you could explore them yourself or bring along some of your knights.
I see. Perhaps I'll take you up on that offer. He kind of thinks to himself a little bit. Although I do wonder. He points at Prismane. I highly doubt the Iris family, if they had such a vivid and rapid smuggling network, would have everything written down merely on map. That's not safe, after all.
Oh boy. Give me another roll to do. You're gonna clash again.
This is the time where J-Man rolls a nat 1.
Nah.
It's okay.
That's okay. That's, yeah, because Prismane rolls even worse. He goes, You are, perhaps, you're very keen. I should have expected that from your position. Yes, there are tunnels and pathways that go unspoken. And unused, he says, waving his hand like, yeah, the formality, we're not still smuggling, obviously. With the obviously wink. He goes, but in that case, no map would suffice. You would need to be accompanied by a member of the Iris family. a lot of those precipices and pathways are extremely dangerous. And the last thing that I would want is, anyone accusing me of foul play should you go missing in the labyrinth beneath the city, he says with a smile on his face.
I see. I do wonder what kind of things do you smuggle in if you absolutely do need labyrinths that in depth and in detail, so much so that you need to lose even that of Aranea in it.
Give me another roll to do.
Who got it? I'm waiting for him to fuck up and die, so you know.
Oh, dude's drilling. Okay, roll to do. Prismane rolls bad again. God Christ!
Get it, Scias, get it.
Prismane goes quiet and, like, eventually just claps twice and walk.
Yeah, I fucking knew that one was gonna
Walk,
be the one.
walk, door closes, and there's just, within a matter of moments, this person comes out with Prismane's chicken first. Very important. And then everyone exits, leaving only you and the maids in the corner.
Should we leave? Like, I think that is a conversation there. It's like makes eye contact.
With Scias, yeah, what do they do? What do you tell the maids to do?
You know what? Yeah, sure, you can go outside.
They stand up and go outside as well. And, oh man. Oh, God Christ. Door slowly closes.
Varden is in there.
Varden's like, what the fuck? Yeah, they all...
My life has been eavesdropping is going to give him the DL on what's been happening.
Yeah. Prismane looks down, looks at his coat and is like, did you know, this coat, actually, the first car accident in Indigo in, years happened the other day, and, when we hit the person, she flew through the air, didn't have a wound on her, and then I gave her this coat, and, when I got it back from her, it was, covered in burn marks and ash. He sort of, like, waves the coat off, takes it off, puts it on the back of the chair, and, actually, like, reveals his fucking vest and the long tattoos running up and down his arms. And you notice that this chicken laid out in front of him, it isn't some nice platter or anything. These are like fucking buffalo wings. And he just reaches down, grabs one with his hand, and takes a bite out of it, crunching through the bone. Yeah, you go.
Guys just kind of watches this a little bit. Well, I can't say I'm necessarily too surprised about this, but also given how you keep yourself up, this is slightly amusing.
He waves his hand and is like, I thought entertaining the public with rumors of Prismane Iris is going out and putting on a big show, and look at how charismatic he is, would be nice, but to tell you the truth, it gets exhausting when I want to speak earnestly.
I see. Well, I suppose I can understand that.
He shakes his head and leans and takes another bite. What I'm smuggling into the city. Yes, well, a wide variety of things. At this point, it is mostly magic artifacts. He relaxes back in the chair. One of the reasons that I was so keen on, making your acquaintance, your efforts to perhaps go into the tunnels with me as a guide would have likely led to the same end, but I find you far more direct than that.
Oh. He kind of looks up at Prismane. Well, I suppose that's a kind compliment. Especially in this city, I suppose.
Well, I will cut straight to the point. The Iris family has been bidden and also counterbidded as a personal acquisitions group for a group of zealots who intend to level the city, I believe. He sort of scratches his chin. I did not accept that contract, naturally, which is why I feel free discussing it.
I see. Are those
Sort of
those
chuckles.
cultists I've heard about?
Yes, there's something of a cult problem on the rise. Normally, I would perhaps get engaged with that situation, figure out exactly what is going on, but the god that they worship caused no small amount of torment for me and my family. that attitude comes back for a second. I don't hold grudges.
Yeah.
So
I put
was-
chocolate in his kibble, you see.
Holy fuck. Prismane sort of like shakes his head. He's like, so, I have been making my business, especially recently, to make sure that powerful artifacts and weapons find their way into the hands of those that would cause great harm to that individual. Similarly, he waves his hands. He's like, my family's business was always pushing back against the rule of the city. And now my organization is shattered, but I have chosen to still exist in the shadows because I believe I can do good work here. He shakes his head and takes another bite.
Hey, might I ask who those individuals you've been supplying are?
His face splits into a smile. Well, I've been selling a large number of artifacts to a one Headmaster Daringway.
Oh, I see. He does seem like quite the sneaky fellow from the times I've met him.
Yes, he is, a shrewd businessman. As well as, when exorcists find their way into the city, if they are lacking for any gear or equipment, I am always certain to provide my business card first. I want to make sure that they're adequately armed for this war that they are going to fight.
I see. He takes a sip of the coffee again and puts it on the table, and he looks up at Prismane. Might I suggest a nice offer for you then?
Oh,
I happen to know a group of people who might actually have a lot of use for such artifacts and weapons.
oh, very interesting. Please, go on.
Yes, the Tsubaki Knights. They're our personal guard, also.
He hears that, and his face splits into a big, wide-toothy grin, and he shakes his head and he goes, I would be very interested on a singular condition. I need to know
What's that?
something. Oh god. There's a repeat of the other day as he reaches into his pocket and picks out a coin and flicks it onto the table. I need to know, are you my enemy or are you my ally? Because if you are here to introduce a new and different noble rule to the city, simply put, I cannot work with you. I will fight you to the death.
Oh.
He says with a smile. But if your goal is to cause a little chaos, upset the balance of things, and maybe be the problem that I suspect you might be, we might have a future together. He says with a grin.
Guy smiles. You know, it's the second time today I've been asked that question.
Oh.
Oh yes, I've been having a great deal of meetings today. This is actually the second one of the 4 I have. He reaches.
I apologize. I didn't realize that noble life was so exhausting.
He kind of chuckles a little bit. Oh, not at all. It's something you get quite used to. He actually reaches forward and grabs the coin off the table and kind of looks at it a little bit. How about this? Let's flip a coin on it.
Are you sure?
Yes, why
Yeah.
not?
I've seen your luck in person.
Well, what do you... Well, you never know. That's the great thing about luck. He raised the finger in the air. Most of the time it might be bad, but sometimes it might be good. But a lot of the time it could be really bad. Or sometimes, if you're like me, anything could happen. That's what's great about it. So how about this? Heads, we're enemies, and tails, we're friends.
Prismane leans in and smiles. Then I'm gonna do something tactical, actually.
Yeah.
I want you to flip that coin out of game and tell me the result.
Oh,
and we are going to cut ahead to the moment that Scias exits the building.
Sure thing. Where the fuck did I put my oversized coin? There it is.
Yeah, you gotta get your oversized coin.
My 50 Mira coin from the hit game Trails of Cold Steel 2 Collector's Edition.
Trails of Cold Steel 2 Collector's Edition.
Only available on
Your
PS4.
coin.
I'm gonna flip it right now.
Yeah, just DM me what you got.
I see. I will DM you that. Because you can move Scias out of the building for me.
Excellent. Scias, the door clicks open. Oh, excellent. Oh, that's exciting. The door clicks open, and Scias, you exit, and Varden like turns around and is like, "Is everything going okay in there? I didn't."
He looks over to Varden. I apologize for asking the maid to step out. We had things got a little interesting in there. We had quite a in-depth conversation about some of the trade networks of the city.
I see. Well, I hope that this exchange was profitable for you.
Yes, I think it will be. He gives a smile.
Well, with no further ado, I suppose we can move on to your next appointment then. Stands up.
Yes, guys, just sort of heads out, and he, on his way out, I think he will, like, thank and apologize to the maids for, one, watching for him, and then two, for him making them go out.
They all shake their heads as if it's no trouble.
As they are contractually obligated to do.
Oh my god, that was spicy. J-Man, flip me a coin in game now. This one Chad gets to see.
All right. Interesting.
Time to see Sealy.
Interesting. Before we do, can I request a quick 5-minute break?
Yeah, take 5. I need to rearrange the maps very badly. Oh my god.
Rearrange the maps.
That was juicy.
That was fantastic.
Oh.
Yep.
Time to put I'm gonna roll for Peony's next scheme. Really quick. You know what, Brennan, if you're here, roll for Peony.
Well.
Her next scheme is exactly middling. Yeah, just keep rolling until you get something more exciting than that. Yeah, okay. Peony's picking herself back up then. I'll put her in a spot on the map.
Gotta get back on
Gotta
that
go on that one.
Gotta get back
She
on
gets
the
to
non-fungible
be out
board.
of the canal.
Okay. Delete these if there's any dupes on the map. Callaway will be up last. Just due to how events have panned out.
That's fine. I have no idea how he's gonna handle this one. This is when I was like, I think if Scias takes Callaway here, it'll go kind of bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, well,
we're gonna do it. Let's do this one. We can do this one.
I'm happy though. I get to talk to a bunch of dads today. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Pardon.
Wall-to-wall dads.
Dad time.
Yeah.
It's free real estate, honestly. Everyone's just leaving their dads out.
Dad and horse session. Okay. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a fun one.
Yeah. Sealy will buy a horse.
Sealy will buy a horse. There you go.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ah.
Oh boy, okay, here we go. Just drop her in the middle of the floor. Okay, you three are just gonna be chilling out. Callaway, you're out. You're chilling with Tia. You and Tia. Tia's telling you about Julius Tier and his various crimes. She's venting.
She's like, yeah, and then he was fucking rude as shit.
He was rude as shit. He pretended not to see Scias. He was super rude. Fuck that dude. And yeah, no, you're listening to the vent. Okay. So, everybody good?
Yeah.
She gives him a lot of credit, claiming that he pretended not to see anything.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like, Tia, you think he's
I think
got
that's
more
what
thoughts in
Callaway
his
is
head
thinking
than he
as well.
does. Tia, that man's got more thoughts in his head, got less thoughts in his head than you think he does.
You come back to your mansion, and, like, it's a pain in the ass getting Verdon up the steps. I'm gonna be real. But
I like
you
has
do
to
it.
carry him up the steps.
Pretty much. He's like, he looks over to you and is like, well, you've been doing admirably so far. I hear that you did a commendable job in the graveyard. Tia's expression, the second, like, goes from, I'm gonna fucking kill Julius Tier to, he did.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the compliments, Uncle.
He nods and he's like, remember, the main point of all of this is to accumulate power within yourself. The more you push out that noble air of yours, the more people respect it, the more you can accomplish in this world. Don't... Why am I lecturing you? He just sort of shakes his head. And he's like, I'm sure your next guest will arrive soon. And to tell you the truth, I've been curious about meeting this one.
Yes. I have met her quite a few times now, I must admit. She is certainly an interesting one.
Walking down the path.
Boy, it's like the timer to annihilation.
It is. Sealy moves up and, like, looks at the big building and, thinking. The two maids approach and are like, I believe you're the Oled of the Arbanchi, correct? Mm-hmm. She nods. Yes, I am. My name is Celicia. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. The two quietly nod at each other. Please, after us. Mook slowly crack the door open, and they part the way, and Sealy walks into the room, and she has a far more dignified air about her than you usually expect from her. Usually it's all clowns and her face flat in the muck. But this time she seems to be holding herself rather seriously, which, I'm gonna be real, is almost in itself worrying. It's like looking at a coiled spring ready to fucking fly off. Varden just kind of like nods, and Sealy's like, well, it's a pleasure to see you today, Scias.
It is a pleasure to see you today as well, Sealy. He gives her a smile, noting the more serious air she's trying to carry right now.
Yes, she moves off in this direction, and Varden's like, yes, you may use the meeting room. Please continue on through the door. Take the first entrance on the left. Thank you very much. She nods and moves through this door.
He follows behind.
Alone in this room, she's making this face. And very quickly, it's funny, a maid catches up with her and it cracks the door open, moves in through here. May I have a seat? Yes, of course. Sits down.
This guy is having to follow etiquette. Walks down here. Open this door.
Yeah, Varden's like tapping behind you. Is like annoying hallways.
Walks up through this door. Walks this way, all the way up here. Turns to Seely, waits for Varden to take his seat.
Varden sits down at the end as he always does.
Scias looks over to Seely, gives her a bow. Thank you for joining us today, Seely. I quite appreciate your company.
Yes, being hosted in such a magnificent manner is honestly more than I expected from this humble city. You do me honor, and you do the city of Indigo itself honor as well. She speaks up very, cleanly, curtly, still dismissively, a little mean, very much still Seely, but clearly is on her best behavior.
This weirds out the Scias. He
She looks at the plate of cookies, though.
Scias takes a seat right here. You may help yourself. You're the only guest here, after all.
She reaches down and tests one and is like, extremely delicious. May I have another?
Yes, of course. You may help yourself to as many as you wish.
I will hold you to that. Varden doesn't pick up on that. As Seely begins to shovel cookies into her mouth. And she's like, well, I have to ask. These grounds, they used to be marigold, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Oh, are you aware that your house is haunted?
Ah, he kind of, his facial expression kind of shifts a bit.
Varden's like, what?
Well, to be honest, it's not that surprising given the current state of this city. However, I do appreciate the information from you. What makes you say that, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I think I saw the specter walking in.
Oh, and what would that specter look like?
Oh, she sort of smiles and she oh boy. She smiles and I'm gonna roll for her. Time to roll for Seely being helpful and clear about these things. Yeah, of course. Versus oh, okay.
Oh.
So for once, she's like, I caught it out of the corner of my eye. It was actually kind of frustrating. Normally, I'm able to pin down such creatures at a glance, but this one seemed almost too fervent and so desperately clinging to life that they just barely evaded my vision. If you wish, I could stay over and potentially assist. She stops and is like, I'm forgetting my manners. Forgive me, I get caught up in my job sometimes.
Scias kind of waves his head in the air in front of his face. Oh, no, I fully understand. You do have a task here in the city, and it is an important one nonetheless. Removal of such supernatural beings is the duty you have been given, and you are... Well, it is quite pleasing to know that you are following it. He smiles.
She's gonna roll to do again. And she will roll versus creature inhabiting the grounds again. Yeah! No, I love this. Okay. So she's like, to be fully honest, it's a frustrating state of affairs. I find myself deeply bothered by it. Speaking frankly.
I see. And would you say that this creature would be a threat of some kind?
I'm not entirely sure, and that's the most fascinating part. I don't know its true nature, yet it seems to be clinging rather firmly to the land here. Tell me, have you seen anything odd lately? This is the Seely you're used to.
Yeah.
Varden sort of sighs. It's weird. He's not getting mad necessarily. He's more confused. It seems like the exorcist is rather invested in her job. He turns over and is like, I believe, your role was the Olet of the Arbanshi tree, correct? Forgive me for my ignorance, but what exactly does that role entail? Well, it's my job to keep a sort of running catalog of every single creature that an exorcist or other warrior holding a magic weapon has encountered. I record the natures of these creatures, and should they ever emerge again, or anything like it emerge again, I provide counsel to those able to deal with them. This is very much within my wheelhouse, as they say. I see. I will rely on your better judgment then, Scias.
Scias looks over at Verdant and then kind of looks back at Seely. Well, given that we are fairly new to the city and still fairly inexperienced with supernatural entities and confronting them, I would say that mayhaps your expertise would be quite valuable. He looks over at Verdant. If it's okay with you, later I would like to go and contact Mistress Susanna and see if she is okay with the OLID staying the night in order to ensure the safety of those around us. Especially since this is new grounds, I feel like this might be an important thing. It'd be bad if one of us were to, well, die.
Roll to do. Roll to do to convince Varden for sleepover. Roll for sleepover.
Alright, I dropped Scias' swing before. I'm gonna roll to die. For him, good, 'cause I wanted yellow anyways for this. Fun fact, Scias says yellow is weaker now. Oops.
Yeah.
Roll to do, boop. Extra 2d6.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that'll do. Varden, closes his eyes. We are, of course, always prepared to receive guests.
Scias smiles and nods his head and, turns over to Seely. If you'd like, I can give you a quick tour of the place and mayhap show you to a spot you can sleep.
And then back to this. And you're like, oh, this is perfect. I'm gonna get out of this fine. Okay, clean. This is so convenient. Seely was well behaved before going, like this. This seems to be working out great. And then the door clicks open and something rather unexpected happens. No, we're doing God, we need a very specific song. Let's do it's a good one. Yeah, this one works. Actually, no, it doesn't. Let's grab this one. You feel almost dread build up for a second as the door cracks and someone comes through and... What the hell? Hold on. Azana just strides into the room and is like, hey, pleasure to meet you, Olid of the Arbanchi, right? Varden's like, yes, this is Cilicia. Hey, Varden, you mind standing outside for a sec? Sure, no problem. He casts a sidelong gaze back to you as Azana sits down. She sort of rights herself in the chair at the very end and looks at Seely, who has this deeply contemplating look on her face, and no, that's a little too intense. Let's do this one. She looks down at the table at the two of you and looks at Seely at the very end and is like, you enjoying the cookies? Seely's like, yes, I am. Well, no reason to hold yourself back. Come on, go nuts. Seely looks down at them. Is like, listen, it's hard to eat just one, right? Just go to town. Seriously, no one will tell on you or anything. She says, looking around the room at the maids. Oh. Seely tucks in.
Scias' suspicion meter is going off. It's going off really hard right now.
Same.
Azana looks around the room and is just like, Scias, I heard that you were inviting the OLED over, but I gotta say I was really curious to meet her myself. Hey, Cilicia, was it? Mm-hmm. Through a mouthful full of cookie. How is, well, I guess she, like, straightens up. How do you do your job? Hmm? Seely's eyebrow arcs. Yeah, like, you retain a lot of information, right? All at the same time? Like, you're basically a walking monster encyclopedia, right? Seely, like, thinks to herself, oh, that's privileged information, of course. Ah, yeah, figures. Zana kind of, like, stretches in her chair. It's like, Scias, how'd you meet someone like this?
Oh, Scias, you kind of notice he's kind of like wavering between the noble voice and normal voice right now. He's like, we met at the district she runs. I happened to get lost and ended up there.
You run an entire district? Really? I thought you would... You're the Olet, so I thought you were more an arbitrator than an administrator. She pinches her eyes shut. Running a district is relatively easy when I'm its only inhabitant. Well, huh. I guess call my curiosity piqued. She, like, leans and is like, hey, Clover. Yes? Grab me some of Rose's cookies too, okay? Yes. Nods and moves out into the hallway. Varden and Lilac out here like, well, I suppose this is her right.
We can't save him now.
Moves past. Azana, like, straightens herself up and she's like, okay. I'll get to the point. I've always been curious. Exactly how did the Oled of the Arbanchi kill the Squid God? It's just a big blank page in a history, and you probably have the answer, so Sana, like, leans in. Seely's like, oh, okay. I see where this is going. Seely turns and looks over to you, Scias, and is just like, may I ask a question first?
Yes, go ahead.
What is exactly the relationship between you two? Huh? Zana's eyebrow perks up. She's like, oh. Well,
It's just
that's you.
It's kind of makes a little bit of a smile. Well, she's my grandmother, of course.
I see. Okay. Well, and that would make you current head of the family. Kinda. She straightens back and sits back in her chair. The way the Camellia family does things is the way it's always done things. I'm the current head of the family, he's the heir. My job's to not really get involved in earthly affairs. Just deal with matters of heaven, and the death of the Squid God, you don't get much more heavenly than that. She says, sort of like leaning in. But Scias is the heir to the family. He handles all the earthly problems. That and she pauses. That and Tia. Those two together handle most of the issues down here in the city of Indigo and everything. Seely seems to consider this. Well, forgive me for overhearing, but I heard that a champion of Rauji was visiting your manor earlier.
Yes, the champion of the tortoise god, Setsuna.
And you deign not to visit her? Seely's eyes flit open, very accusatory for a moment at Izana. And Izana, like, waves a hand and is just like, that is not my problem. Shouldn't be. Champions of a far-off nation, I can't say I'm particularly interested. Seely's expression sort of goes, oh. And then looks back over to Scias and is just like, and then she says blatantly, it's like, it seems your grandmother does mostly what she wants. Yeah, that's the privilege of, I guess, being the head of this family. you can't exactly get involved with the day-to-day, but when it comes down to it, whatever you want to do, you get to. She's like, it's weird. After seeing how politely Scias talked and how politely Varden talked, this one talks with like a rather rough edge to all of her words. Seely like sort of shakes her head and she's like, she looks over to Scias and goes like, well, in that case, you want to know the secrets behind the death of the squid god then? Mm-hmm. How about a trade? I don't really think you're going to get anything that you're looking for. Let me guess, you're gonna ask for something that's in our hidden archives or something like that. Am I so predictable? Seely's expression falls for a second. No, it's just what everybody asks for. Trust me, I feel this question like 3-4 times a year. Most of the time, people just ask to access our libraries, and we can make do with, like, Varden's library or Scias's library. But most of our information stays in, Camellia family secret. Seely's expression sort of falls and goes, oh, I see. Well, just the same, I can't exactly tell you my secrets without a fair exchange. She's getting a little pouty.
This guy is back to how he had to make this entire thing is happening because of an exchange. Or fucking cape.
She's like, well, okay. Here's how I met my spouse originally was they were really deeply curious about like what's going on in the vault. If you like marry Scias or Elixia, yeah, sure. Vault's wide open. Seely looks at you. And her expression isn't excitement or anything. She just looks she looks at you for your response.
Fucking honestly, you know what? Scias will look at Seely and he will just send her fucking nothing.
Seely looks back at you with fucking nothing and Izana's like, really? Nothing from either of you? Wow, that's usually such a good jab. She like kicks back in the chair slightly. It's like
kind of like waves his hand in the air. Well, if I'm being honest, Grams, he's talking way more casual than normal right now. I don't know, we've hung out a few times now. It's one of those things, you know.
Seely's expression is just this, and Izana's like, yeah, I know. Like, it's fine. Listen, I can't break protocol even for your new friend. Maybe things will change when you're in my position and I'm just some, I don't know, retiree out in the woods somewhere.
This guy is kind of, points at Izana. Well, I guess the only real thing I can think of is maybe, like, his head sort of tilts a bit. I don't know. Maybe if I find something that's, like, similar to something in there, we could make, like, a replacement or something like that. Like, there was that orb I found there that has a ghost in it.
Yeah.
As he says that, his head sort of rocks back and forth and back and forth.
This one is just like, oh, ghost orb, oh. Izana's like, yeah, if you could find something like that, I'm sure, wait,
I don't know, he waves his head there. Apparently our house is haunted, maybe something like that, I don't know.
Really? Is it gonna be, like, a problem? Izana, like, sort of scratches the side of her head, and Seely looks at Izana dead on and goes, for you? No. Oh, that's
for
good.
Others, though. Yeah, Izana fucking getting up.
Izana's getting up and, like, she sits down next to you, Scias.
He's like, yeah, we were going to arrange if she could stay the night so that maybe we could figure out a thing or two about the ghost. He's just kind of like, he got this, like, hand in his, like, his head in his hand, like, and he's, like, waving his other free hand around in the air while talking.
Yeah, she's like, oh, yeah, wanna... It's no accommodations for an OLED, but you want to stay in the storage shed?
Oh yeah, I own that thing.
Seely gets a look on her face like, I've never slept in a shed before. And you're getting a read of how she works.
Gaius is like kind of waving his head there. Oh yeah, it's my shed. I practice magic in there sometimes. You might find weird markings on the ground or something like that.
Smile, smile, smile. Yeah, just get her set up in the shed. Trust me, I'll clear it with everyone else. She claps you on the back really hard, Scias.
He just kind of takes it. He's used to this.
So I wanna put everything in perspective. Izana is built like a brick shit house under the dress. Her arms are huge. Like, she claps you on the back and you're like, she's like, okay, well, that's great. Hey, Hydrangea, none of this gets outside the room, okay?
Hydrangea just nods and continues with a perfect smile.
Well, that's great. Yeah, tour of the house. Come on, let's go. Sana stands up and moves off in this direction.
This guy is kind of lets out a quick, long, like, inhale and then exhale and then boo, back to this. Stands up.
Seely does that too, and you know what the worst thing is?
What's that?
Izana does that too.
Yeah.
You all in the room do that, and then you.
Before he leaves, guys looks over to Seely. Oh yeah, hot tip. There's 2 rooms directly across from mine. Avoid the people in there for the time being. Just, like, a little later would be the best time.
Her expression lights up again, but, like, she kind of nods along, like, okay. You guys all pile up near the door. Hydrangea opens the door for you, and these 2 are waiting a while back, and Izana exits and is like, well, I believe I'll be showing them around the house. I want to show them to my office. I think they could honestly learn a lot over there. Sort of offers a smile. As is your purview. I hope they're not causing you too much trouble. No, if anything, it's the inverse. I'm the one causing them trouble. Come on, you 2. Seely, like, shockingly snaps forward.
Gaius follows behind, standing up straight and walks through and then nods towards Uncle Vardant when he walks out.
Vern's just, like, nods to you 2. And, God, you guys, I'm gonna copy-paste you to the other side. She is gonna be over in her office, but, I gotta show off this area first. It's funny. God, Izana's, like, attitude as a whole shifts the second she's out of eyesight, same as yours, and you make your way over to her office, which she cracks the door open. She's like, come on in.
This Gaius follows behind the Seely.
Seely comes in, and you look up, and, well, here's the interesting thing about Izana's office. It's relatively basic, but there is that staircase over to the left, and perched atop that staircase is almost this overlook, so someone can keep eyes on you, and someone is doing exactly that from up above.
This Gaius waves. Hey, Calloway, how's it going?
Good. Is this your friend?
That's right.
Oh, what a nice little office. Yeah? No, it's great. Hey, you guys can feel free to, like, hide out in here or whatever. Pretty sure you got business again, though, Scias.
Yeah.
Clap hand on shoulder. Good luck out there. Knock him dead. You're doing great.
Thank you, Grams. He
Real proud of you.
He gives a bit of, like, a wry smile. He sighs, turns around. I'll see you later, Seely. I gotta go chat with, Alistair Blackwood. He kind of mumbles to himself.
Oh, it's my turn. Calloway hops down.
It's funny. Seely's like halfway up the stairs, and she sees your little fort, and she's like coming up like this. And for the first time, Calloway, when you're like, "Oh, it's my turn," you see Seely devastated that you're leaving. Like, you see a look of utter terror and betrayal and confusion and frustration cross her face because she was gonna sit down across from you, and then you jump down and it's gone. That feeling is gone immediately. And she
Kelly
just goes,
calls up, "Don't worry, little lady. When I get back, I'll treat you to some tea up there."
you call her little lady, and her expression goes to this. Zana's like, you know what? I can entertain the Olette. You guys have fun.
Up,
Crawl,
I'll try.
Crawl.
Opens up the door. Continues to walk out.
You are. Scias, that just happened. She's never done that with someone before. She doesn't get engaged with people that come to the house.
Scias like puts his like fingers between his like he's like rubbing the like bridge of his bridge of his nose, and he's like, "I'll be honest with you, Cowboy. Today's been weird."
Yeah, I've never seen Grams talk to a stranger like that before. She must think your new friend's pretty cool.
Maybe. he kind of thinks, I'll be honest, a part of me worries if she has some strange ulterior motive. He walks
She wants
forward.
you to get married.
Yeah, probably. Keeps walking. Anyways, sorry to drag. Oh, go ahead.
Easy, right? This one should be really easy. It's just some guy from the boat, right?
I think so, but last I heard, this guy has a bit of a reputation.
Oh.
He
Well, I don't know about it, so we're good.
sorry to drag you into this one. I felt like if Uncle Verdant were in on this one, all hell would break loose. So
That's fair. To be honest, I kind of wanted to talk to the champion lady. I've met a couple of the Raujin champions in my time, and I thought it would be interesting, but she's kind of intense.
well, maybe you'll have your chance at the potluck. On his way
Oh,
down.
you're gonna be there?
Maybe, I don't know. He walks down, cracks open Alexia's door. Hey, Alexia.
Yeah?
Uh,
She like,
the sky's
looks at you.
underneath my pillow.
Thanks.
No problem.
She smiles at you. She was practicing a voice.
Keep up the good work.
She's genuinely super into this.
Keeps
What?
going. Oh, in order to get Alexia to come, I had to tell her she could go in a disguise and make up like a fake identity.
Oh.
She seemed into it.
Oh, okay. Huh.
He
Like, that makes sense.
Scias keeps walking. He stops for a second. He thinks to himself. He looks down at the energy drink that that was given to him by Ty, and he's really thinking about maybe downing it right now for maybe like a bit of energy. I'm gonna roll the die for Scias' choices really quick. Oh, oops! I clicked the wrong button. Boop. Drop swing. Roll to die. Can't tell which one's the highest. My eyes are fucked up. 4. Okay.
4.
Sky's like, oh yeah, sure, why not? Sky is.
Wow, you're really gonna drink that thing? He says as you're drinking it.
I'll be honest with you, Cowboy. I haven't eaten anything today.
Oh. Do you want me to ask one of the maids to grab you some food or something?
Maybe. How much
Well-
time is between now and the Blackwood meeting?
It's happening like right now.
Maybe we can have them like serve sandwiches or something. At the
Maybe.
meeting.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
just
yeah,
chug
yeah.
this right now and hope that maybe I won't throw up later. He's just flat out.
You're gonna throw up later. She's putting raw eggs in them this morning.
He looks at it. He kind of just shrugs on a roll to do to down this thing.
Yeah,
Wonder
down
if
that
you're
shit.
dying, that's how you know it's working.
Are you gonna throw up? Are you gonna throw up?
No, only when it is most inconvenient during this meeting. J-Man, I leave that trigger in your fucking hands. Pull it whenever you wish.
Yeah.
Pass out, throw up, do whatever you need.
Scias downs it, and Kali look at him, and guy's really like, I'm really regretting doing that.
Yeah, I told you. It's fine. If you pass out, I'll like pretend to be you and I'll like move your body around. Maybe you can get some sunglasses.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. It could be like Weekend at Scias or something. I don't know. Scias walks up and cracks on the door. Oh, hey, Ulysses, how's it going?
Ulysses, could you do me a huge favor? He says, clapping his hands together.
He's like halfway through saying, Master Scias. I mean, of course, what can I do?
Could you get Rose to get the girls to deliver sandwiches to the meeting room in a minute?
Oh, of course. I do believe the meeting is already underway.
Oh, great, we're late. Let's go.
Oh, good. Scias smiles. Yeah, let's head that way, Scias. Walking, inhaling.
Ulysses is like, right. Stops, turns around. The kitchen is back this way.
Yeah, you can cut across this. He points at the door, and it should be faster.
Oh, of course.
Scias
Looks
keeps...
up from his book he's been buried in, starts jogging out.
I'm fine. Say, okay, so this is a Gylardian. So far, most of the Gylardians I've met have been pretty nice. But also, like I said, this guy apparently got a reputation, Calloway. I'll be honest.
You sound really sick already. Oh, great.
No, it's fine. This guy walks in front of the door, does a deep inhale,
Want me to
exhale.
introduce you?
I think I got this. He
Nods.
walks in, puts his hand on the door, cracks the door open, walks in. Hello. Pardon my lateness.
They turn and look at you. Alistair Blackwood raises his hand and goes, "No, not at all, of course. I was just enjoying the thrilling conversation," he says to Varden.
Yes, excuse me. We just had to wrap up our meeting with the Olet of the Arbanchi.
The Olet is here. Okay. I didn't realize, despite the Arbanchi tree existing in Gylardian territory, she is... she does her own thing. Alistair says with a smile. Varden, looks over to you and is like, "Well, I believe I'll be leaving this to you too."
Yes, thank you,
Calais.
Uncle Varden.
Gives him a finger gun.
Moves over. Exits. Varden does not react to the finger gun. He doesn't even budge an inch. You sit down across from Alistair Blackwood. He goes, "Well, I forgive the late introduction. My name is Alistair Blackwood. I'm something of a diplomat for Gylardia, but really I'm the second mate or second in command of the flagship. I'm the admiral's right hand." He leans in.
He guys smiles and gives Alistair Blackwood a bit of a bow. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Blackwood. I've actually already had the opportunity to meet your admiral as well.
To tell you the truth, I have very little of substance to discuss at this meeting, so if you're running late or I'm disrupting your time, I actually apologize for that. I was sent over to extend pleasantries, so consider them extended. It's weird. This guy has a reputation of being very serious, but in this room, he seems to be actually relatively jovial, calm, very even-tempered, but it doesn't seem like he's the person that you expected him to be, which is an oddity.
Gaius thinks on that a little bit, and he trying his best to ignore the churning and roiling he has in his stomach right now. He looks up at Alistair. I suppose I appreciate the pleasantries then. I'll be honest with you, I've heard many stories about you from various people, and I've heard you've been quite the serious diplomat. You seem to have quite a reputation for yourself.
He sort of sighs. I admit, I have had to take a rather firm hand when it comes to organizing the diplomatic situation in Indigo. It has to do with the rather unruly nature of the factional conflict currently. I found that if someone doesn't speak in a stern and loud voice, no one will, and I'm fully willing to be the bad guy if I have to. He says, he picks up a cookie and takes a bite. But when it comes to talking personably one-on-one, I have no need to be so severe.
I see.
sort of like loosens up, shrugs slightly, and goes, I fully intended to ascertain the Camellia family's stature and role in the city, but ultimately I'm here to let you know that Gylardia isn't we don't have an interest in butting heads with you. Nor do we, at least currently, particularly have an interest in creating some sort of complex factional tie. Any bit of politicking in favor that might exist out there, we can discuss at a later date, maybe over drinks or something.
I see. Mayhaps that'd be a good opportunity eventually. He thinks to himself a bit. Although, if you don't mind, I actually do have a question for you. There's something that has been on my mind regarding Gylardia for a certain amount of time, or at very least a certain individual from Gylardia.
Oh.
He, kind of thinks to himself a little bit. There was an individual I've had the opportunity to meet a few times now. His name is, he kind of thinks for a little bit. Joy Lark, that was his name.
Ah, Joy. Our, erstwhile broker of information and creator of contacts. Joy is quite the charismatic fellow and someone who... Suddenly there's a knock on the door. Hey, problem. Tia tucks her head into the room.
What is it?
What's up?
I hate to say this, but normally I wouldn't interrupt a meeting. I apologize, but I caught someone snooping around the gardens who says they're an associate of yours, Mr. Blackwood. What? Tia, shove.
Oh, well, this is a nice little coincidence, isn't it?
Keller bursts into laughter. Keller's fucking cracking up. He's like, oh my god.
Watch those wings are fragile. Oh, hi, Alistair. How's it going?
Joy, man of the hour.
Hey,
Yes,
Fibby.
this is Joy. He's an exceptionally capable spy. I mean, he.
People keep saying that. It is not true. Joy says very loudly.
Oh, well,
I mean, just now, I was poking around your garden because, frankly, you're deeply interesting and I want to know everything about you. Also, I'll be real, the trees were pretty. I got distracted.
I see. He,
Phenomenal security, though. Although I will admit, I am not hard to notice.
Tia like nudges you and it's just like, I'm letting you off the hook because you were a great volleyball partner.
Seriously, we should go again sometime. Do you have like a business card or something?
Her face shifts back to this smile.
Oh,
You
boy.
feel fear behind it.
Scias speaks up. Well, this is quite a good coincidence, because we were just speaking about you. I was actually hoping to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Little me. Slides in, chin on hands, elbows on table.
Yes, first off, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to borrow your boat the other day, although apparently you also stole said boat.
Not stolen, nobody has laid claim to it yet.
I see.
Probably.
I'll ignore that that's not what you told me last time we met, but
I'd be curious to hear the full story. Alistair's like folding his hands. He like looks over to Joy. He's like, Joy, are you stealing things?
Okay, listen. It was from the warehouse up. It was from the warehouse up where we're
Yes.
parked. You know, we've been clearing them out lately. It's one of the ones that nobody had officially laid claim to it yet. Okay, and it's had lots of boats in it.
I see.
Everybody keeps making fun of me for not being able to drive a boat. Okay.
I believe you could perhaps practice somewhere else, man.
Did! What, you want me to go out in the ocean and drown? I mean, leans way over to get cookies. I mean, that's an option, but that's dark of you.
Alistair is dying. The second you reach out for a cookie, slaps your hand. Just like, whoosh. It's like a fucking
What's
whip,
that?
right?
Ow. Pouch.
And then pouting, he slides the plate of cookies down to you.
I see you two seem to be good friends.
we get
No.
along. Yeah. He looks at you after you say no, almost like that upsets him.
I can respect you. He puts one hand up as like shielding his mouth and stage whispers, "He hates me."
Alistair gives you a look like, I do not.
No, he's about to start crying.
I give Alistair a big thumbs up.
I see. Well, this is certainly, I must say, every time I've met one of the every time I met a Gylardian so far, it has certainly been an extremely impressionable experience. When I met your admiral, it was in the middle of a market after he had gotten out of quite a big argument.
Looks on the cookie he's eating. Oh my god, yeah. I gotta love the fact that the freaking head of the Camellia family, you find the admiral in a shit show screaming argument, well, as close as he gets, with somebody in public. God, I love that.
So a few things. You cursed multiple times during this high-profile diplomatic meeting. You did not wipe your mouth. There are crumbs that he reaches over and fucking wipes your mouth for you.
That's your hand.
Were you actually breaking into our place? Were you actually, like, looking around and, like, snooping?
Alright, I'll be honest. Yes.
I see.
Breaking in, less so, more trespassing with curious intent.
Tell me.
You see for, like, the splittest of seconds. For, like, the splittest of seconds.
Scias.
Wow, that's a really funny thing. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you see Joy's expression, like, the smile remains completely still. I'm never doing that again.
Scias raises her hand. If you don't mind me asking a question, you've met the Olette of the Arbanchi, correct?
Yes.
Has Joy? I'm gonna roll.
Joy has,
yes.
Yes,
you met her at the pier.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, thank you.
With Siren.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you, my memory.
So,
right now.
if you don't mind me asking, did you happen to notice her come inside?
They look at each other. Personally, no.
Into the house? I'll roll for that! I'll just roll a d20. No!
Oh.
Oh, I see. I'm just curious.
I was face down in the dirt approximately 12 seconds after crossing your property line.
I see. My apologies. I was just curious, for you see, the Olette seemed to have noticed a ghost. And if there was somebody wandering around, I could only wonder if she would happen to mistake you for said ghost.
She'd have seen a ghost getting its ass beat. That's,
fully
so probably not.
Well, she did seem quite frustrated over what it was, so I would be careful if it was you. He smiles.
Oh god, I hope not. I do not need being cursed at my time of life, at any time of life. I'm always going to be too young to die.
Mr. Camellia.
Yes.
I hope you do not share any record of our He like stops for a second, sort of fumbling over his words. He's like, in Gylardia, we believe entirely in living life as vibrantly and expressively as possible, so putting on a stuffy suit like this and walking around and minding my words so carefully is quite a difficult task. I
don't know how he does it. Joy loudly talking over him.
Please forgive me if I misspoke at any point. I still have a long way to go following the Admiral's example.
I see.
You really shouldn't. That guy's not normal.
I look up to him. He has a certain... How do I put this? I was just...
John ass?
Puts his head in his hand.
Listening.
He's like, I was a monster hunter for most of my life, and now I'm trying to put on a suit and do diplomatic things. It's like trying to fit a glove over a knife.
That seems to be a trend in this city, yes.
He like looks over and like sort of nods along like, yeah. So I apologize. Your manners have been nothing but exemplary, and perhaps I could follow your own shining example, etc., etc. Where's the hand?
Leaning on table. Yeah, I would apologize for me, but I'm not sorry. So eats another cookie.
I see. He
Alistair puts his head in his hands.
Listen. I don't mean anything bad by it. This is just how we do. I found that it's a good. Honestly, it works for me. You beat yourself with people. They know what to expect from you.
Scias kind of chuckles a little. Well, whatever floats your boat, as they say. I figured that'd be a cute expression, given that you primarily live on boats.
Extremely loudly.
Alistair Blackwood with the tone and tenor of like a person looking at a cool bug says, "Huh, cool joke."
I see. Yes,
You can tell he liked it.
I've been trying to figure out what's a good opportune time to vom in this meeting, but so far there hasn't been.
Good now, so maybe now.
Guys, yeah, well, you know what? I'm gonna roll. Jay, roll me a fucking ambient force of God against me right now, please.
Oh, that's not interesting. Die. Okay. Maybe you can keep it together. Like, Alistair basically like, I'll add a d6 to my luck roll. Yeah, dead even. So I think it
escalates.
Yeah, let's escalate it. 1d20 plus 1d6. Oh. Scias, you keep it together.
Yeah, you kind of notice Callaway for a moment. You notice like Scias's face kind of just like shift a little for a hot sec, but then you everyone in the room actually hears it. You hear like a fucking like bang of his knee against the underneath of the table, and then he just kind of like silently like goes, "My apologies, I have a bit of an excitable knee."
Okay, so
All right there, buddy.
You meet Callaway's gaze. I need you to roll with me to convince Callaway not to do something stupid.
You got it, man. Oh boy. Alright. I'm gonna do a wild roll.
Oh, Scias rolling like fire.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Callaway's like, oh, it's happening. Scias is gonna vomit. Callaway's like,
dude, are you
don't
dying?
Worry. Callaway's like, don't worry. He gives you like a look like, don't worry, Scias, I got this. And he starts coughing. And And then a bunch of blood onto the table.
Oh goodness.
Oh no!
Oh my legend!
Clover rushing over like she's genuinely super distressed. She's fussing over you.
Scias sees this after just having defeated the vom tendency. Scias sees this, and Scias is like internally.
It's like, don't worry about it, you can go vomit in peace now, I got this.
Guy is sitting here internally like, well, I don't have to now, but I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. He goes on ahead and he's just gonna walk out of the room a little bit, and he's gonna make fake vom noises for Callaway, so Callaway feels better about it.
Callaway who carries... Callaway's a freak and carries fake blood packets on him.
Joy is just fucking staring at you, and you hear the obvious vom noises from outside. He goes, "Have you two been poisoned?"
Guy just walks back into the room. Oh dear, Callaway, are you okay?
Clover is crying over you.
I've been eaten and drinking in the last few hours.
No, I haven't.
Oh
my god, he's dying!
Maybe it's, let's get him some oranges, Alistair offers.
Scurvy.
Scurvy. Clover is sobbing over you.
Callaway is like patting her on the back, like she's like hugging him or whatever. He's just holding her and patting her, like, it's gonna be okay. I'll make it through this.
Returns with water.
The door cracks open, and of course, Varden sticks his head in and is like, what is going on?
Scias walks
He's
through.
dying!
Uncle Varden! Turns around. It would appear that Calloway has come down with some kind of strange immediate illness. We'll probably have to take him to the infirmary.
I see, well, yes, get him out of here.
Hey, Cam, you went outside and vomited!
Scias puts his hand
Again,
on Joy's shoulder, and, Scias puts his hand on Joy's shoulder, and whispers in his ear, nothing happens unless you say it out loud to Uncle Varden, so as long as you don't say anything out loud to Uncle Varden, all of us will be peachy keen. You didn't listen. You thought Tia was bad. He will break your legs.
Again, this dot. Everything's fine!
I assume Clover escorts Calloway out of the room.
She's sobbing.
God, which one of the maids is medical?
None of them. So it's just Clover.
Rose is gonna possibly suggest taking care of Calloway.
She's sobbing and crying, and it's just a mess. And you're just left with Alistair and Joy in the room, like, well, that was we did not poison him. I feel like I should say.
Oh no, I have the doubts that you even could have, given that you didn't give us any food or drink. So I think you're in the clear there.
Okay.
Unless Skylardia has some kind of wiggles his fingers in the air, airborne toxins.
We
Oh,
don't.
God!
As far as I know. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'm going to go report back to the fleet.
Thank you greatly. Be sure to give the Admiral my regards.
He nods, opens the door, and just adjusts tie, walks out covered in sweat.
Oh, that poor man. I'm gonna... Well, nice meeting you.
Yes, likewise. Farewell.
Alistair, we have another rich family that wants to kill me.
They don't want to kill you.
Yet.
We just got the Irises finally left town.
They're still, don't worry, they're still here.
Yes. My, Joy. Wouldn't you like to know the outcome of that coin flip?
And with that, we will take our final 5-minute break before the potluck.
I want you to know that Clover and Calloway rounded the corner into Tsubaki territory, and Calloway just wiped his mouth and was like, that was all fake blood.
Calloway's gonna walk into the potluck with a fucking comical slap mark across his face.
Immediately kill this guy. It's Camellia. So close.
Right, straight up. If Rose has gotten Calloway's like, oh, what kind of thing do you want to have shoved into your body right now?
What did he mean by this?
I feel so bad for Clover, who's just like sobbing and crying. Calloway's like stroking her hair, like it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be okay. Then they turn the corner and he's like, wipes his mouth, I'm fine, it was all fake.
It was all fake. It's just like, yeah, no, he's just like, no, yeah, it'll be okay. Carry on my will. If I die here, yeah, and then slap.
By the way, make sure that the Guardians take their complimentary non-fungible horse.
Yeah, that's true.
No!
They're giving them out for free. Listen,
They're giving them out for free. Seely's gonna
Seely's
ride
gonna
one
get
around.
one. Yeah.
We have 2 left, and we had 2 visitors.
You
so,
had 2
like,
visitors.
Yeah.
This isn't right. It's not your property. It's not yours to have.
You guys.
I right-click save your non-fungible.
I'm unionizing.
You guys,
Unionize! You're the one who got us into this mess!
I love this so much. It's unreal.
I
Okay.
hope I'm not too loud. I don't know how. I hope the
You're
blow my
fine.
was fine. Okay, cool.
I've been
Guys,
keeping
as
track.
you're recuperating, fucking
Someone's
Hydrangea comes
gonna-
in and starts putting sandwiches out on the table.
Oh, just in time.
Bambi's gonna find out that everyone was dying constantly today and be like, Nothing fun ever happens in the library. I'm dying right now.
Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna do the potluck next. Jesus Christ.
I like that. The first two are like Scias getting to be cool, and then the last two are Scias in clown hell.
Yeah, I was talking to Wee before the session. And I was telling you, here are the ones that I think that Calloway would be a bad pick for. I pointed at one, and then I pointed at Alistair Blackwood. And I was like, I just think he'll be a clown.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, he's been politely well behaved. And then Scias rolled to throw up, and I was like, don't worry, Scias. I got this, buddy. I got this. If you throw up, I'll throw up with you.
Y'all are
blood.
so stupid. I love you. Oh. Oh man. I was happy to show off Aloha just DM'd me and reminded me. I was happy to show off Izana and how Scias and Tia can result from Izana's like raising them. It makes perfect sense once you see them together. It's like, right, yeah.
I love everything. I love this whole every house.
Oh.
I love Alistair, man!
Alistair's a complex dude, is the best way to put it.
I point at Alistair and I go, that's my dad! Oogie, oogie, oogie.
Alistair's better than you expect, but he's... God, complex,
I love him.
man. Complex man.
No one in this city is trying as hard as they seem like they are.
No, except for Scias.
Scias
is trying
really hard.
Tia's trying so fucking hard too. Those kids are attempting.
Tia puts up with a lot.
Tia does.
Why is the little guy in the corner?
Little guy?
He's chilling, I guess.
Oh,
Waiting for a time.
Sometimes
Somebody say little man.
Sometimes a little
That's
guy.
a little guy.
Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom and then we'll start the potluck. Everybody's
Get
gonna
over
have
it.
characters here. There's gonna be a lot.
The war was a year ago, dude. Calm the fuck down.
They can't get over it. They took
I'm gonna run to the
horses.
bathroom as well. I'll be right back.
Yeah. You're doing a great job, Damon.
Thank you.
Joy was totally gonna go into there's a cultural reason for why we're so upfront, why I'm so upfront with dealing with people, and then it was like, Calloway just fucking died.
Yeah. Some say death is the most upfront thing to do.
Yeah, it's true.
Do they?
I think the ideal route was probably Calloway on fucking Gaki and Setsuna. Because Gaki pissed off fucking Verdant more than anyone else.
Oh yeah, like Verdant and Tia in that situation would have just been awful.
Yeah.
Right? As it was, But Calloway would just be like, I understand Raujam people. I worked there.
Guys, like, so in my brain, Sky's thing was he's like, oh, I've hung out with Gaki and Setsuna before, they're fine. I don't need to have anyone tag in with me. And he's like, but that guy, I don't know what that guy is. I'm tagging Calloway in for that. And then as you put in, it's like, Tia would be useless during a date.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Correct. Tia would have fucking tried to beat the fuck out of Prismane. Just be like that.
Gotta flip my big ass cartoon coin from my anime game.
Yeah.
Love that so much.
That
dude.
scene fucked.
I fucking love, wouldn't you like to know what side that coin landed on? I would, yes.
That you would like to know.
Is the New Rich family also gonna try to murder me?
Here's the thing. J-Man's little fun anime coin is perfectly balanced so that if it always lands on its side perfectly. So,
For frenemy.
It always inside perfect.
Now that we have gone over all of the things, should we say what the optimal paths and the least optimal paths were?
Oh, yeah, I have my theory what it was.
Okay.
I think Calloway on Gaki and Setsuna would have been ideal, and we already know Tia in the graveyard.
You are just correct.
That is the ideal path.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, because that's what I
right.
assumed at the start, but I had to go in my brain with what Scias would have done.
Yeah.
And Sky's like, I know Gaki and Setsuna. They're not gonna cause any trouble. It'll be fine.
And then the least optimal path would have been if you had taken Tia to Gaki and Setsuna and Callaway on your date.
Yeah. Yeah, no, if you'd taken Tia to Gaki and Setsuna, Tia would have lost her shit on them.
Yeah, no, fucking. I was just sitting there and I was just like, yeah, no, Sky's would invite Callaway to Blackwood meetings. He's like, I don't know that. That's scary.
Callaway was like, don't worry, bro. I got you. He had your back, dude.
Yeah.
I loved every single one of these events so much. Okay. So, if everybody's here, it's time for the potluck. Let's do.
Also, you couldn't hear, but I rolled the third nat one this session. I fucking punched the shit out of my desk.
Listen, sometimes you are only nat one.
God, please don't throw up during your speech.
Oh, it's fine.
Amen for that.
Look at Macadamia. Look at her.
Oh boy. So, back here. Hold on, I've got to arrange some characters.
Okay.
Up here. God! The big fucking crowd that is forming for this goddamn potluck is sprawling across the entire district. Over here. Yeah. Over here, these two work their ways past the stage and join your little conference back behind. Callaway.
Yeah.
You haven't been able to detach this one.
Oh, she's attached to me.
Yeah,
she's slapped the shit out of me.
She slapped you once and then spent the rest of the day apologizing.
It's okay.
Kazuya's like, well, thank you all for joining me. This event was suggested by our Callaway, who is otherwise occupied, it seems.
No, I'm here.
Sky kind of looks over at Callaway, and he then looks over to Kazuya. Yes, thank you for helping put this all together, Mr. Yoshihara. Or it's for Lord Yoshihara, I suppose.
Oh, I did little more than insist, and then Callaway, like a gracious bird, carried away my olive. I'm losing the metaphor.
That's until I did it.
Yes, I asked him to do a thing, and he did it for me. He waves a hand. So basically, the goal behind all of this is to throw a big potluck that will be celebrated and recognized by all the people in the 13th Ward, because between you and me, they 50% of the population doesn't like me very much.
Oh, and I can't Sky speaks. I'd have no idea why that would be the case.
Yes, it probably has something to do with my status as I'm a magistrate, technically sent from Rauji itself, so people here who are living in exile don't take kindly that the old country is quite literally still ruling their lives, so that's where you come in. He sort of gestures over to you, Scias. You are, perhaps, you're the heir to one of the most prestigious families in exile in all of Windrose. I think your voice will find purchase with them where mine extremely does not.
I see. He kind of thinks out a little bit, and he actually turns over to her for a little bit. Also, thank you for joining us.
Of course, I'm happy to help out. Kazuya says I could do good by helping out at the shrine over here, and, well, we recently cleared it out, so I get not only a home, but I get a way to help people. I'm gonna give a speech, but I don't really know what I'm gonna say, to be honest.
Scias kind of smiles a little. Oh, don't worry, I'm giving a speech as well. I'm gonna be trying my best. I guess I'll be trying my best with you. He gives a smile.
And, of course, we have the hero of the hour, the person that cleared out the shrine. She's towering behind Tia. A rather large figure. Doink. This one. She peeks her head around and is like, hey.
Oh, it's the mysterious white blob.
Yes, it's the mysterious white blob. Yes. Regale everyone with the tale of your heroic deeds or whatever. And she's like, I didn't expect to be giving a speech. It's fine. I'm sure you'll be able to come up with something. Exorcist stuff. Honestly, all the other districts are being really big on, like, exorcism and removing spirits, and hey, we've got one of our own. We're gonna parade you around while we have the chance. She's like, well, let's get started, shall we?
Yeah, Scias looks over to these two. Well, thank you very much for your duty. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Then his eyes turn and look at Tia. Is something wrong?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Everything. She's looking at this. She's like, everything's going great. I'm just confused. Why there was all that talk about bleeding out and throwing up and all that other stuff.
Oh, I'm not too sure, honestly.
It's
Sometimes
really.
you gotta take one for the homies. Just no context.
Tia just looks at you and is like, wow, what a fascinating thing to say, Callaway.
Finally found it. There's so many.
Yeah, no, like, Kazuya, like, walks up and is like, well, here's what I'll do. I'll try to head out and maybe warm up the crowd, and, then we can start with, let's start with the hero of the hour. She's like, oh, I gotta go first, really?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Going first means that you get to set the pace, so there's no one else to compare you to. So if you do bad, it'll be fine.
Okay, yeah, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Entire body sparkles. Well, okay. Have, I suppose, prepare your speeches and, back me up. Next we'll go, you, and then we can end off with, you. Okay. Well, Kazuya walks to the front. And he sort of like looks out at everyone sprawled out over this big wide area, everyone that came to this potluck. And he claps his hands together and goes, well, welcome everyone to the hopefully first of many potlucks that we're throwing here in the 13th Ward. This is to celebrate the opening of not a brand new shrine. In fact, this one has been an integral part of the community for quite some time. However, it's been left abandoned as of late, and between you and me, I hear it was haunted. He like leans in. And yeah, there's like a oh in the crowd, and Tira's like, wow, sounds like bullshit.
Yeah, there's someone else speak up loudly from the crowd.
Yeah.
Goes, yeah, because you never sent someone to look into it. In the back, Romero is yelling.
Oh, Kazuya like kind of looks across. He's like, well then, he tries to brush past that comment as quickly as possible. Our more recent efforts to clear out the shrine have been extremely fruitful. In fact, the area has been entirely deghosted, and the shrine itself is no longer a problem. So you can rely on us at the 13th Ward for your various exorcism needs. Tira's like, weren't we? Hold on, I feel like we're getting swept under the rug here.
Yeah, so Sonder in the back is like, excuse me.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, that's really funny. How they're doing that.
Well, Kazu sort of clears his throat. Regardless, this isn't a time for, the situation related to the shrine. After all, that is just past. Now is the time to enjoy this bounteous feast. And in the future, should you find yourselves needing of spiritual enlightenment, feel free to stop by. Our shrine exists to be sort of non-denominational. It isn't dedicated to a singular god. Instead, we have joining us a sacred maiden focused on the concept of love, peace, and tranquility itself. It's said that her powers are capable of stripping the very blessing from a person's body, or encouraging it should you wish for that blessing to spread. He sort of like gestures back, and Heijin's like sweating. She moves forward and bows. Well, before we get to her, of course, I would like to introduce... Motions back over this way. Lucerni Exorcist, whose skills were indispensable in handling this issue. She moves forward and like sort of like stands out in front of the crowd, and she's like, hey everyone. There's dead silence immediately afterwards.
He just claps because that's his friend. He waves.
Smile.
Joy.
Well, my name's Seeker, and due to a series of events, her eyes looked beyond the horizon for a second. I helped with securing that shrine over there. I hope you all enjoy it. I enjoyed my time there. When I think about it from a safe distance, her face sort of pinches shut. And I hope that you all enjoy the food that was brought here today. I know I'm going to. I'm a little upset that I have to be up here giving this speech instead of down there eating with you guys. And like there is a sympathetic and genuine like chuckle amidst the crowd, and her internally she's like, I wonder why they're laughing. I meant that. She sort of like her face splits back up and she's like, wow, thank you again, Mr. Kazuya, for inviting me here, and I hope you all enjoy the shrine. I'm going to back off because I'm not very good at speeches.
Breaks into a roar. I did a great job.
She sneaks back and around the side to go engage with the food. Well, in that case, I also have a dignitary from our most recent arrivals. The one, the only heir to the Camellia family, a representative of Grand Kokuten nobility, no less. He sort of gestures back to Scias. Please, do me a favor and welcome Scias Vald Camellia to the stage.
Guys lets out a bit of like a inhale and exhale, and then he walks up onto the stage.
Before Scias goes up,
Yeah.
this little girl who's standing next to him speaks up and says, hey, if you screw it up, then I get to go home.
I see. Good to note.
I want to go home.
I'll die for Scias.
What the fuck? Kindness and freedom? What does that mean?
If you want to not focus on that, you could focus on the fact that obligation was the lowest.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
I'm gonna roll one more time.
Yeah, do it. Get more info.
What the fuck?
This guy's just being so vague.
He's so kind. He's so kind.
Scias kind of like leans down to her and pats her on the head. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't do that for you this time, but how about this? I can make a little bit of a trade with you, huh?
Oh yeah, what you got?
Well, I happen to know quite a few people who happen to have a great manner of activities and toys you can play with. Perhaps I can find you something particularly interesting. There's a person on Whole Street who sells some particularly interesting things. Or they recently came across a fun little deck of cards.
You're lucky I can be bribed.
He gives her the same smile back. And then he kind of like continues walking up onto the stage.
Tia walks out with you.
Hello, everyone. He waves to the crowd.
Cassius waves at you. Like, wow, Scias, you look really good at that, but you can't hear him. So
Tyr sitting here next to Cassius.
Tyr is like, what?
You know that guy?
Wait a second. Hold on a second.
Roll to do.
Time to see. Time to. Oh, why is it? Okay.
So
No.
stupid. He does look
Alright.
pretty good now.
He does look. Man, I want a cape.
You had one!
Welcome to the dumbest man on the planet.
Scias.
Love him so much.
Scias speaks up. Well, thank you all for coming out, and I'd like to thank you all for welcoming us. I don't have much to say today, as today has been quite busy, so please forgive me. But all I will say is be sure to eat well and converse well. After all these things are the ones that matter the most. He gives a bit of a dumb fucking smile.
From the crowd, the one who was on stage with you earlier has ingratiated herself with everyone else and starts unruly loud clapping with the chicken wings stuck in her mouth.
Cassius is also unruly loud clapping.
Tears looks at you two and is like humoring you and going along.
Well, without further ado, I suppose I should introduce our last guest. He gestures over. Please, everyone, give a warm welcome to our resident maiden, Heijin.
Hey, hi, I'm Heijin Hitsuji. I am from the Hitsuji family, and I'm here to assist this city in its time of dire need. She says, looking down to Kazuya, who's nodding along.
Over here, someone is psychically trying to send support.
Cassius is clapping like, woo, good.
It's I have to admit, I'm not particularly great with words. So I hope more than that my feelings can get across to you. I don't know the plights that this city has gone through, but just the same, I'd like to do everything within my power to alleviate them. I spent my last few years hunting down various curses in order to try to rid the world of its pain and torment. And from what I understand, this city is currently ailing. So I can't do this for you, but I can at the very least ask for your sympathy and assistance. Please, if you're hurting, I'm always ready and willing to lend a shoulder to cry on. And if you're chased around or pursued by monsters, her voice raises by an octave. There are many talented exorcists within the city who can deal with your problems, she says, looking over at Beretta. So I hope at the very least you'll come to my shrine and treat it for the place of worship it should be. You don't have to pray to me or anything, but at the very least, I'm hoping you pray for yourselves, okay? Face sort of splits. He's gonna roll to do to see how that speech goes over with. The crowd, you get this bonus. BAM! Everyone erupts. It seems like Sky has set a good tone, and driving it home, everyone starts to clap as this loud and thunderous applause spreads out over the area. A few minutes later, you guys are back here. Agent's well, I thought I was going to faint.
No, you guys killed it.
Scias, yes, I feel you did quite well. Oh, goodness. He's kind of
Felix pleased.
He actually looks over at Uncle Verdon. If I'm correct, I believe that's the end of my duties for today, unless you have anything else for me.
Yes, of course. You have to stay to the end. We have to clean the place up.
Of course. He kind of just he continues giving the same smile. Well, I hope you enjoy yourself as well, Uncle.
He nods and he goes, please, if you want to go speak with anyone in the crowd, feel free. I'm going to keep my distance over here. Just rest and perhaps reflect on the words you said.
Very well. He looks up at her, slowly encroaching.
She comes over, she's like, don't worry. If you want to sneak off, I'll do your part of the cleaning.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. He kind of stretches a bit and is like, well, why don't we go and converse with everyone and see how everyone is doing?
Tia smiles
He
and then starts to walk off.
looks over to Kazuya. This would be a good opportunity for you as well, I feel.
Yes, I'll go speak to the people who were clapping loudest at your parts and not clapping at mine. Kazuya!
Was everyone?
Tia looks over at you and gives, that look? The rare Tia look. You say that and she looks at you and just goes, ah!
Yeah. Scias looks over here at Clover's Hall. Also, I apologize for earlier.
She shakes her head and goes, you don't have to apologize for anything.
Very well.
Hey, I apologize too.
She says nothing. and then as you turn around, Calloway, she makes this face. And then back to Tia hops the stage, moves down, extends a hand. It's like a lot of people here, Scias. Where are we going?
Well, he looks over. How about we just make our way through slowly? He walks up. Vincent, Julius, Tyr, and Cassius. It's good to see you two.
Good to see
you, Scias.
It's good to see you again.
Calloway walks up and goes, oh, so this is the guy who doesn't recognize you?
Julius, Tyr, Julius, Tyr. Roll a d20.
He's singing like Charmy B.
B, Charmy B. Tyr's like, wait a second. That's a number. Hold on.
You're using your Brian.
I fished you out of the river a while ago.
That you did, and we also met in a bar once.
Yes. Oh my God! Wow, that's embarrassing. He moves forward. He's like, I'm sorry. I'll admit I tend to look at the clothing first and then the face second.
I see. Well, I guess I can't fault you for that. You do seem to be a person who very much values his fashion.
I thank you for noticing. Just the same, your aesthetics are on point.
He kind of chuckles a little
Nice
bit.
natty aesthetics, bro.
Thank you very much. He looks over to Cassius. How have you been enjoying yourself today, Cassius?
I'm doing pretty good. The food is really good. Have you tried it yet? Did you get any before your speech?
Not yet, but I will enjoy some later, I assure you. He
Alright.
smiles a bit. First, I want to make my rounds and say hello to everyone.
Oh, that makes sense. Are we blocking the path? Hold on. Cassius goes to
Oh,
move
no,
and then
you're
Tyr's on
okay.
one side, a guy on the other side.
Scias actually waves his hand to the person who's wiggling around the back. Also, I believe we've never met before. I believe I heard your name was Seeker, correct?
Her eyes light up and she leans forward. Yeah, my name's Seeker. Really good speech there. It was like something I'd read in a book or a fairy tale, honestly.
Thank you very much.
Sparkle.
For someone who claims to have never made a speech before, yours was quite good as well.
She lets out a very, very innocent laugh. I'm glad. I was kind of worried about going first, but I guess I got to really set the pace.
Of course. He goes, to be honest, I was considering going first instead of you, but I'll be honest, the nerves got the best of me. So thank you for that.
Oh, she just glitter. She's proud. Tia waves and's like, hey, Cassius.
Cassius waves at Tia like, hi, Tia.
Back here, Joy.
Joy passing Calloway is going to I'm going to approach Scias. I don't know how to refer to him. I'm going to approach Scias. Please don't murder me.
Okay. Don't
don't do anything that makes me need to murder you.
Mine too, but given that we had the world's worst first impression, I'm just saying.
Okay. Okay.
Excuse me, your hair is gorgeous. Excuse me.
I hope Tyr hears that and goes, "Thank you."
Yeah, no.
She's fucking too.
No, Tyr absolutely goes, "Thank you."
Hi. Hey, since I made the absolute worst possible first impression earlier, wanted to get you something make up for it. He produces a violet bottle. Alvear wine, kind of a pain in the ass to get your hands on, but it's local. Kind of a welcome to Indigo, and look, it's sealed, so you know it wasn't tampered with gift.
He smiles at you. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. I believe I've heard of this before from a few folks through town. I don't remember if Scias or Callaway found one of these in the woods way back when during that session. I remember they found some shit.
Yeah, they found some shit.
Scias also had it at the bar with Cassius and Tyr.
Yes.
Oh yes. Scias won't bring that up, but he will just like he thanks you very earnestly. Thank you very much, and despite what you may think, you are a far better house guest despite being an intruder at first than you might consider.
Well, it was kind of incidental. I just got distracted. I thought, oh, look at how pretty the garden's looking these days. And then honestly, I forgot that people were living there right now.
Tia.
Tia's like, I like half the words out of your face and the other half inspire this.
I said to say, I like being alive, so I won't be making that mistake again.
Yes.
Big smile from Callaway.
Scias' face kind of returns to normal, and he looks around. Yes, but I am going to go and greet everyone else now. Thank you very much for your time. I'd love to speak some more later, if that's okay with all of you.
Yeah, have a good day, man.
Of course, he waves to Seeker, Tyr, and Cassius as well, and rounds around.
You notice that Tyr and Seeker are getting along. It's weird.
That's shocking.
Yeah.
Cassius is just happy
because
conditioner. These are his friends, and they are getting along, and he's like, "Yes, good."
Guys scoots through the crowd to these two he noticed peeking the entire fucking time. He sits there and smiles. Ah, Beretta! And who might you be? Looks at her, humoring the disguise.
Oh my god, Elixir loves this. She's like, I'm just Beretta's humble maid. My name is Bumblebee.
Ah, Bumblebee, I see. Very
Yes,
good to
despite
meet
my
you.
poverty, I have been able to afford a maid.
It's true. Beretta pays me back in good deeds.
And good advice.
Yeah, good advice too, especially. She's been she's been giving me advice on investments.
Yes, I've heard a thing or two about non-fungible horses.
Ah, yes, I believe that we were giving those out around the home today.
Yeah, they're a scam.
Ah, yes. He goes, well, Beretta and Bumblebee, I hope you two have been having an excellent time today.
We have. You gave a really good speech back there. Like,
Yes, I have to say, I'm pretty impressed.
And, like, you also let me come out here without having to give a speech too. I would have like thrown up on stage or something.
Oh, imagine that.
But otherwise, it was nice to see Heijin and like everything that she was up to. I don't know.
She did
like,
so well.
She thinks...
not that I've met her or anything.
Tia's looking at you. Tia's looking at you. She's looking at you with those big eyes, like.
Stop. No snitches.
Pulls out knife. Don't you do it, Tia.
Don't snitch.
Snitching on what, Beretta? her language was just so directed and dedicated. It's almost like she was saying it with someone in mind.
Yeah, it's strange. I'm sure that there's somebody that she cares about deeply, and that will reflect in her abilities as a shrine maiden.
Of course, she's
Truly a fountain of purity.
Yeah, purity and love, especially love, from what I hear.
I wouldn't know, but yes, I believe you.
Alexia looks at Scias and is like, huh. I feel like a lot of this conversation's going over my head.
He kind of shrugs. He just goes, I wouldn't worry about it. Sometimes it's hard to read others' minds, you know?
Yeah, I've never been very good at that.
He shrugs his... Well, I hope you two have an excellent time today. Be sure to eat lots of food and converse plenty. He waves at the two of them.
Yes, we will. Make sure you don't get lost in the mask.
Of course. He gives a bright smile. You too. Keeps walking.
Tia walks over to personally bother you, Beretta.
Go ahead.
Tia's like, what was that name you gave again? Looking over to Alexia, praying mantis? Okay.
No, it's Boomble Bee.
Boomble Bee.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I panicked and named the first thing I saw. And points over to the bumblebee kid up there.
You looked directly past me.
Yeah, I mean,
you could have been any number of things on my person, and you chose the bumblebee.
I would have said I was Beretta Pietro, and that's really not a good look for me, is it?
I thought you said you prepared for this role.
I panicked.
If you're writing a backstory, I'm surprised you didn't make a name first.
I abandoned it immediately.
If you're going to have a fake identity, you should consider wearing a hat.
And that's a perfect point to cut back over to Scias.
Scias walks through and then notices whatever conversation is happening between Kazuya and this other person.
Oh, God. Kazi is like, I noticed you brought up a rather burning point during my speech. I'd love to hear the full details.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
I would. Listen, I am nothing if not diplomatic.
This kid gives him the world's biggest eye rolls, and he's like, taking credit for what the big lady over there did, huh? Real style you got going.
Points over to the big lady. She points sparkling. Well, we all do our part, you know?
Yeah, and you don't do anything.
Oh, I've done plenty. So for example, this potluck? I requested it happen.
It was me! It was all my idea.
Cal talking to Sonder because they're in full earshot of this conversation. Does he know what a potluck is?
Sonder considers this for a moment, and he I think he kind of gives Cal like a motion, I don't think so.
Just nods, continues eating, and watching this happen.
This kid is getting heated, pretty quick. He's like, cause he's poking him with all these questions. He's like, tell me how you feel. This kid's like, I feel like punching you in the face, actually.
Oh, you would punch me in the face?
These big, bulky guard guys wouldn't drag me off, yeah?
Scias walks forward. Well, you two seem to be good friends. Tears, don't do it.
Tears like, oh yeah, give him hell. And then goes back to talking to Seeker.
Scias kind of points at the two of them. Some would say that the bestest of friends are only willing to argue in public.
Oh no, I hate this guy.
Oh, I see. What about you, Kazuya? Do you hate him?
I bear him no ill will, no.
I see. You've said that about a great many people, I suppose.
Yes. Listen, I believe in honesty and earnesty of emotion. If I hated someone, I would simply let them know. I wear my heart on my sleeve.
Oh, that's strange. You certainly didn't say that when I took Seely over the other day.
Ah, yes, the OLED. Delightful. Says looking over there. She's a rather interesting case.
Yes, she'll be staying over at our estate tonight.
I see. Well, I have... Be careful.
Scias just sort of smiles and looks over to this kid. Ah, this is actually very rude of me. I didn't introduce myself. Nice to meet you. My name is Scias Camellia. Reaches out a hand.
Oh, don't worry. They did a great job introducing you to the crowd. He shakes your hand, like, way too tight. I'm Romero. You need something?
Oh, not at all. I was just figuring I'd go around and introduce myself to everyone.
Cool, you're introduced.
Very well, I suppose. He was, well, I wouldn't want to interrupt your two's passionate conversation any longer. You two continue to enjoy yourselves. Walks
yeah,
over.
you do, or whatever.
And looks over at Cal and Sonder and then approaches.
You approach.
Yes.
Hey, how you doing?
You're approaching?
Yes, I'm approaching. Ah, it's good to meet
Not
you
too bad.
two. I don't think I've had the opportunity to introduce myself, so I believe I've seen you around before.
Yeah, we passed briefly in the Mirage District.
Ah, yes. He kind of smiles a bit. Haven't had many opportunities to explore that place, but it is quite wonderful. He looks over to Sonder. I don't believe we've ever met before. He reaches out a hand. Name is Scias Camellia. Good to meet you.
Sonder 100% expecting that. Steps up and goes, just always, Sonder.
Cal just making eye contact with Sonder over Scias' shoulder, like, have you?
I would like to remind everyone every day that Scias has the choice to remember Sonder and then chooses not to.
Scias, do me a
It's
favor.
better this way.
Roll to die.
Roll to die, you got it.
Huh?
Boop, 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 roll to die.
Sonder does not acknowledge
Oh.
Cal. He's just gonna let this happen.
Oh, you rolled very high. So yeah, as you introduce yourself to these two, you feel a gaze on you from the fucking rooftop.
Huh?
Someone's peering over with big old fucking empty eyes.
Ah,
She just stares at you.
Scias looks up at her. Ah, hello.
She waves back slowly and slowly rights herself.
I don't think I've met you before. He takes a step back.
She touches down on the ground next to you. Sonder, her vibes. You get hungry around her. Not hungry in the same way as like Corvo makes you hungry. You get hungry in a way of like, you feel a need to like you're in the middle of a crowd right now, but you want to be like stuck in with even more people. This person is so just endlessly curious about people. It's infectious.
Scias,
Okay, so it's his normal state, but more so. Cool.
It's you start to get increasingly ravenous around her, and she just moves in close. These awful empty eyes as she scans your face and is like,
his expression sort of shifts a little bit. Hello there. My name is Scias Camellia. It's good to meet you. Raises a hand.
My name is Hint. It's interesting. The cursed blood flows thick through your veins.
Funnily enough, you're not the first person who's told me that in this city.
Anyone can see it plain as day.
He kind of just seems to smile a little bit, feeling the walking forward presence of Calloway.
Calloway walks up to this person and raises up a hand, like gesturing almost for like a handshake or high five. But in a weird way, also inviting like possible hug. Like, oh wow, Hint! I didn't think you'd be here.
She places a hand against yours and then maintains eye contact.
Ah, you two know each other.
We met on the far side of the world.
I see.
He makes eye contact back at you.
She looks over to you again, and then head creaky scarecrow head tilts again, looking at you more intently.
Are all the camellias like you?
He Scias, she says then. Scias kind of shrugs a bit. Well, I guess you'd have to ask them.
Oh, I don't know if I could find out by asking.
He thinks to himself. Well, could you by looking?
She looks around. And then she moves past Cal and starts to fucking scramble up the wall like a wild animal.
Well, she certainly seems like
They
an
all get up
interesting
there.
person.
She moves
Hey, if
She
it's
moved-
cool, I'm gonna follow her. She's fun.
Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Calvin jumps up.
She's following Graham. Her eyes are looking at Graham now.
Calvin pops up next to her. You want me to introduce you?
She nods.
Cal watches these two scrumble up the wall and it's like, maybe that is how they all get up there. He sort of gestures a thumb back at where Hint went. That is the fourth person I've seen on a rooftop this week.
He'd be
Sunder considers the rooftop.
You want to boost? Cal just sees it in his eyes.
Sunder considers this is no.
No.
Decides he does not want to be on the roof.
This guy is, like, kind of bids farewell to Cal and Sonder, kind of glances back over to Hint, and he kind of thinks, so, a lot of the people like that I keep on meeting nowadays.
It's the cursed blood, dude.
Yeah. Guy just kind of squeezes through the crowd and walks past Cassius, and then looks over
That
to
was
Seely.
She like looks over to you and is like,
Oh, I think your speech was very nice.
Thank you, I greatly appreciate it. He smiles at her. Have you been enjoying your time with grandmother?
she like looks over to Azana, and for the first time, you get a strange admission from Seely.
I have, yet I'll admit, the last few hours have been relatively exhausting.
I could understand that. He gives a smile. Well, I'll make sure to set up your area of rest quite well. He smiles.
I'm looking forward to it. Do you want to wait in line for whatever is in the cauldron?
Sure, why not? I haven't actually had much of a meal yet today. Thinking back to the one thing he's consumed today.
You wait in line as this small child walks away with a bowl of something from this nice couple over here. She like walks past you dramatically.
Hello.
Hi,
Turns back, looks over to Phoenix.
Hey,
Do you need me to carry it for you?
yes.
Of course. He leans down and grabs it from her.
Hi, you're really pretty.
She says to you, Scias.
He gives her a smile. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that.
You shine bright like the star. You also do.
She says, Seeker is not engaged in this conversation, but she grabs the edge of like one of Seeker's various bows and is like,
Oh, thank you. A little surprised. Is like, okay.
walk.
Follow.
Climb.
Uh-oh.
Seeker's like, oh.
Yeah, no, Phoenix comes sprinting over like, oh.
Oh my, well that's
Lady
right.
Lapis, let me help you.
I want to get on the roof like the smoky lady.
Okay, well. He seems to be contemplating.
Cal's gonna step forward. Sorry, you need a license to go on the roof.
Oh,
It's okay. You can
it's
take the
always
license.
about licenses here. She climbs down.
How dare you be a 28-year-old Uncle Cal?
She's like, fine, okay.
Maybe we could go sit up on the stage. It doesn't seem like anyone's using it right now.
Sparkle eyes.
Yeah, I'll give a speech of my own.
Good luck. It's quite fun, I assure you. He smiles.
She looks back at you and is like, she looks back at you and is like,
I hope you become president of the world.
and walks over this direction, over to the stage.
over here. Something's wrong.
Someone's.
She sits down on the stage, and Sela's like, "Oh, I think we can get food now."
Excellent. Scias takes a step upwards. Scias looks at this guy. There's something rather familiar about this guy.
Anyways, yeah, you're served
Love these two, by the way.
Yeah. Oh god, I fucking stellar work on these two. Like Seely like comes back with the dish and is like, I think I'll enjoy this. Everyone else here seems to be enjoying it, so I probably will too.
Well, only one way to find out. Scias smiles.
You say that as fucking Azana's like, come on, just eat up, it's fine. Enjoy yourself, it's a potluck. Hey Scias.
Yes?
You were talking to her earlier. Motions back to the scarecrow lady that's now attached to Azana.
Yes.
Do you know why she's following me?
Oh, I believe she wants to see if your blood is as cursed as my own or something like that.
Oh.
No, Graham, Lady Izana, she's good, she's cool, I promise.
She's cool, okay. She like turns back to Scias and is like, I see, yeah. Well, she like flashes you a wink almost. I think, might be good old Auntie Kokuten's curse that draws in people like this.
Ah, yes, of course. You've told me many of a tale of Auntie Kokuten.
Yeah.
I'd love to meet her one day.
Creaky face around corner.
Oh, I've met her many times in the past, if you're looking for stories.
Izana's attitude changes and she just grabs him.
No.
Hey, you just said something rather interesting. Oh. Why don't we go have a word, okay?
Oh god, it's gonna be fucking nightmare pink women sleepover at the fucking goddamn estate night.
Die.
I told you, Grams, I told you she's cool.
Oh my god. Seely's going to tuck in and eat this meal. Oh, she rolled very good.
I'll roll to die for Scias. I'll lock in his
damn
red for consuming food.
You both have a very good meal as you sit here. Like, you're like, okay. This was nice.
It's quite good. Even I can taste this.
I think it was sweet. I think it was sweetened by the flavor of the crowd.
I suppose so. That's kind of the greatness of company, I suppose.
Huh. She seems to delight in this.
Well, in that case, I think I've had my fill of company.
Ah, you're heading in for the day?
She nods.
Very well. Would you like me to escort you back to the manor?
She nods, and you start to exit, and like, oh boy. So here's what happens. In order, you two start to walk off, and you feel a watchful gaze on you, as you're like, I have to fucking clean this place up or whatever. But Lilac, fucking swearing for the assist, actually does manage to bail you out. And you manage to sneak your way out of cleaning up into the 13th ward. And put you over here. You two manage to escape this. And you start to make your way over towards the mansion. Celia's like, I don't know if I like crowds or not. It's weird. She seems to be considering this extremely deeply. Hold on, I gotta restart the music so I can actually hear it.
Go for it.
I gotta restart my roll 20.
Go for it.
There we go. Roll 20, please go. Okay. Okay. This one. Okay, there you go. You managed to separate yourself, and Celia's like, seems to be lost in thought, like,
I don't know if I like crowds.
Guy is walking beside her. Oh, well, I guess for me, he kind of thinks so. Crowds can be pretty exhausting, but I tend to attract them.
Yes, I've noticed that. How do you deal with it?
do you like it?
He thinks to himself, I'm not sure. I think it depends on the crowd, Having a few, I suppose it depends. The closer you are with the people in the crowd, the less crowded it feels. But the less you know people, the more crowded it feels.
Oh, it's like a riddle.
Her entire brain lights up.
To tell you the truth, when I encountered that cult, they seemed to be very united, even as one. And I found that to be inspiring, that whole oneness of purpose.
I see. Maybe that's because they felt less like a crowd and more like a singular force.
Yes. But there was something terribly off-putting about that.
Yes. Why do you find that off-putting?
They were so united in their zeal that they felt less like individuals and more one long, conjoined individual.
I suppose I can understand that. Does that disturb you?
Huh. I think I'm used to it, she says. Rather than disturb me, it bores me.
I see. The mundanity of it upsets you.
She nods. And you?
He goes. He kind of thinks on that for a little bit. I'm actually gonna roll the die for him.
Yeah.
Interesting. He kind of thinks to himself about that for a little bit. I suppose there is a charm to a great force of people united as one. However, if I am to admit, multiple individuals, all different in their own unique way, kind of have a different charm of it I find more alluring.
Well, it seems like, from what I understand of you today, you're poised to inherit a large number of people's responsibilities. You're going to become the leader of something. Now I have to ask, are you going to be... what type of leader are you interested in being? One that guides a group of individuals, or one that guides a group of people who all fuse together into one beneath you?
He thinks about that for a good long moment. Right now, I think I prefer complete and utter chaos, if you ask me, but, so mayhaps I prefer something a bit more, with a bit more individuality.
I see.
Seely seems delighted by that answer.
Well then, I look forward to seeing...
She sort of trails off. As you look across and you see... Of course, you see one man sitting there waiting for you, back pressed to the wall, just taking a look. Yeah, you got caught out. Something about not finishing responsibilities. It's fucking bullshit. He looks over to you and sort of like takes a step forward and goes, Scias?
Yes, Uncle Varden.
He looks over. Are you headed back to the mansion?
Yes. I'm here to help her set up her room for the night.
His eyes close.
Very well.
Olet, can I have a moment with my nephew? She looks over to Scias and weirdly waits for your permission.
Scias nods to her.
She's like, okay. Starts to walk off ahead. As she clears him, he looks back to you and gets an unreadable expression on his face. That speech was rather nice.
Thank you. I appreciate your guidance and company today, Uncle Varden. Smiles.
Sort of exiles. Scias, do you know why I'm so insistent that you gain power?
Scias kind of thinks to himself a little bit. Yes, actually, I do happen to remember.
He sort of like closes his eyes. Well, if you've internalized the lesson, it's the same one I've lived my life by. And the one that has left me in this position. He sort of like shakes his head. I want you to be as brilliant and powerful, as rigorous and proper as you possibly can be. There are lots of people, especially, I'm reminded, as I intermingle with a crowd like that have the best of intentions but no power to their name. They can change things within their arm's reach, but your arms will reach far and wide. He sort of like shakes his head. So, on a night like this, where you've spent this entire day standing up as tall as you could as the heir to the Camellia family, I think it would be imprudent or improper of me to chide you for sneaking away at the last second.
Scias kind of chuckles at that. Oh, I understand it's your duty and responsibility, Uncle Varden. He kind of looks up at Uncle. He actually looks up at Varden. Tell me, are you intending to return and enjoy yourself over there, or you intend to continue being out here on your lonesome?
His expression actually splits into a smile. Were that I were so fortunate. I don't have the power to determine my own schedule tonight. If I did, I'd probably go home. His expression falls again.
Scias kind of smiles a bit at him. Oh, Uncle Varden, everybody needs their breaks, even you. And just remember, just because you feel this obligation and duty to, keep seeing me forward, I don't blame you entirely for what happened, so you can take a few breaks every now and then.
He slowly exhales. You express an odd amount of kindness for my current situation. I expected you to resent me. His eyes split open again.
Scias kind of smiles at that. Oh, Uncle Varden. Guy's gonna say something really strange right now.
Yeah.
It wasn't just you that led to my mother's death. It was the guns and ballistics too.
He nods, closes his eyes, and goes, "Yes, it was. The very machine of war that carved our family apart." His mouth splits open with an exhausted sigh. So, I'm hoping that one day you become a big enough and strong enough person to overcome even that. His smile comes back. Power is what I intend to give you. How you spend it is up to you. He he nods and smiles and moves over.
And please do make sure that Auntie Empusa doesn't get on your case too often for this.
he kind of nods, and he actually, for the first time, resting one arm really hard on that cane of his. He's walked with it ever since the 1 week war. He places a hand on your shoulder, a gesture that he has never done before, and he pats you once and goes, "I'm proud of the man you're becoming." And then he walks off in this direction, shifting hard to continue carrying that weight.
Gaius watches him continue to shift and hobble off into the district silently as he turns around and continues to walk this way, and just once again returns to smiling and looks around to see where the fuck Seely went in her distractions.
Oh boy. Okay, so here's the final scene of the episode then. I've got to prep something very fast. It shouldn't take more than a second. That was fucking incredible. Let's go like this. And prep this. And I've got to quickly black out some areas. Let me go over here. Actually, I'm just going to throw a filter on this. I don't care if it looks bad.
Okay. Drop one of these. Okay. Scias!
Yeah.
You return home. You catch up with Seely, and eventually you lead her to the place that you promised. You lead her to the shed. She's just like, she's sitting in there like, wow, this is a shed.
Gaius kind of smiles. Yes, this would be my magic shack. His voice returning to a less like formal voice that he's been using basically all day for the most part.
Yeah.
If you look around, you might see a few twisted and warped planks, but I haven't been in here too long, so I can't say there's a bunch of discrepancies.
Hey, Scias, roll to die for me.
You got it.
Seely's also gonna roll to die for you. Seely's. Oh, Scias, you're the one who picks it up. You're like, you might see a few twisted or warped planks, and you're like, haha. And then you think back to earlier, actually. Didn't Prismane give you a map of the various tunnels around this area? You're like, huh. Your eyes sort of were cast across it, just barely for a second, but you're like, huh. There's a tunnel under the Camellia mansion. That's funny. And as you look across, you're like, yeah, a few twisted and warped planks. And as you look, you're like, hold on a second. Seely's like, oh, what's that look?
He's like, he kind of like pulls out like a little sheet of paper he got earlier. Oh, you see, I had a lot of weird conversations today. One of the people who I had a conversation with is like a crime smuggler.
I see.
He gave me a series of like hidden like caves and whatnot maps, and looks like he kind of shows her the paper. Looks like there's one underneath us.
Seely's expression lights up. Oh.
Yeah. He actually like, oh god, yeah. Hold on. Yep, of course that's the one that wins out this time.
Yeah.
He locks in his yellow, and he's like, And without saying a word, he fucking blasts the floorboards with his magic.
You fall into the abyss below, and Scias... You come to in an area but directly beneath the Camellia estate, almost immediately, like looking around, your eyes adjust to the dark. Seely looks thrilled. Oh, what do we have here?
Well, you did mention that ghost earlier. Maybe that's the source of it.
You say that as you say that with a smile as something actually shifts in the background. It's like the vaguest imprint of a face watching you from behind the bars.
Oh, I saw that guy.
You remember it from earlier. Yeah, that's right. God, it all clicks. The gardener. You remember, Peony is supposed to be the gardener, but someone much earlier today professed that they were the gardener who's been there for ages, and you rolled so
Nat
low
one.
that you ignored their ghostly backstory.
I don't see what the problem is.
Seeing that face disappear into the darkness, Scias, that's a story for another day. But for now, this ends the tale of Scias and his very, very, not first day, but his first day of business within the Camellia mansion.
I'm gonna end the fucking recording.
Yes, end that recording. Sorry.